place or have places, divide into spaces that could be manageable by the different societies, different nations that are involved. This has been our point. Because when I don't know, we are not happy when we see a country like that, looting, insecurity, terrorism. What is when you check it, it's not about the government of the day. It's not about the regime. It is about the system. So that is why we want to talk about all these things, not only on our own space, but on public space like this, where we invite different people should come in, and we give you the opportunity in order to reason, to debate, to convince, to bring out, because we Biafrans, we want everything, to be subjected on the tables or on the balance of reason. That is the only thing. We want something that is good for not only for us, but for every other Nigerian, every other tribe. That is it. Therefore, as far as we are here, this is the first time, the 24th day of August 2025. We are all here. We want to talk about issues. Why we demand for self-governance, number one. And in another way, is self-determination legitimate or not? If yes, now why did Nigeria have to prescribe IPOB? These are the most issues that we need to talk about today. And there are many comrades and other people that maybe would love to speak on this program. As Mazi have said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you are Igbo, Urobo, Yoruba, Fulani, Hausa, name it. Even any other part of Africa, any other part of the world, you are invited to speak on this program. Because, as we used to say it in our language, a proverb, that is the starting of cry, is very difficult. But once we continue, now we move on. You see how well it will continue. Now, I want us to put mouth on this. Please, if you want to speak, you indicate. And I think I have seen somebody that indicated, because we want to have discussions on why we demand for self-governance. And in that narrative, we want real fight for justice. We want justice. We want freedom and a future built on dignity. All the rest, exposing corruption and building a reformed, thriving Biafra, which you call Eastern Nigeria today. So, if you are speaking, please make sure that you talk on these aspects, because there are many things. We'll be hosting this every Sunday by 5 p.m. Biafra time, notwithstanding that today we are late, which I have given out the reasons, the technical issue. This is the starting, but I don't know. I'm seeing somebody that wants to speak.
It's me, Mazi. It's me, Mazi.
Okay, Ikem. There, we'll go on. Please, go on.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, I was supposed to for the space that was left. I got the information that our head of media is not available to address us. But notwithstanding, the Mazi have laid down some rules to how we can be well guided in the areas of. So, also want to make one or two points very, very clear that at every point in time, we must learn to stick to the issues and not divert from issues because as we know, we are always tempted to divert from the real issues at every point in time uh, by getting easily distracted. So I would like us to take into cognizance that at every point in time we must stick to the topic of discussion, and we are not here to dabble into internal IPOB issues. Very, very important. People must take that note that we are not here to dabble into IPOB internal. Discuss about geopolitics and how it affects the Biafra struggle. And how we can also use this platform intellectually to educate our listeners and also give room for contribution, give room for everybody, and the participation has to be intellectual based. We are not here for the purpose of incitement or insult or name calling or abuse. We are here for real discussion that has to do with Biafra struggle, self-determination, not just for Biafra people, but for every other tribe and region within the Nigerian state. So every other tribe and region that is not even part of Biafra is also welcome in this platform, like our brother Mazi said. It is an open platform for conversation, serious conversations that has to do with the future of the indigenous people in Nigeria. Not just indigenous people of Biafra, but indigenous people all over Nigeria. Whether you are Biafran, you're Duduwa, you are Arewa, this platform gives you access, it gives you the privilege, it gives you the opportunity to express yourself and tell us all we need to know about the challenges you are facing in your areas. So, the topic we are talking about, we'll be discussing is why we demand for self-governance. And I believe that sticking to that will help us pave way and make a better impact in our discussion rather than deviating and talking about issues of that are of no relevance. So I just want to stop here and I want to say thank you once more for the opportunity.
Mazi, thank you very much. I hope I'm coming out. Yes, I should. Thank you very much. I don't know. It's calling. No need of calling. So, as our brother said, yes. We are going to. We have diverse issues, diverse topics that we should be discussing, even professionally. As time goes on. But as you may know, this is the first time, so it is an open space, just like town hall meeting, so that you can invite people, copy our link, share it even in our consultative forum. We are not fighting individuals. No, there is something people should understand. When you let me tell you, when we talk about, for example, self-governance or fighting for self-governance, many people are highly misunderstanding this, either in a mischievous manner or out of ignorance. Please, as I'm talking, if you also have something to say you can raise. Okay, thank you. There are people that raise up their hand. Okay. Before I just few minutes. So let me round up and allow you. Um, some people are either ignorantly or mischievously thinking that self as fighting for self governance is something that has to do with enmity. No. Or individuality. No. It is about our collectivity. Let me give you two instances and I'll bring people in. You see, South Sudan, they fought heavy, devastating wars with Sudan. Today, South Sudan is a separate country. But you know what? There are many South Sudanese in Khartoum, in Sudan, doing their normal businesses. Are you getting it? There is no rancor about it. No, you know, and there are many Sudanese investing in South Sudan today, for your information. The same thing goes to Singapore and Malaysia. In 19 between 1962, 63 to 1965, Singapore was part of the province of Malaysia, and they were having rules. They were killing themselves, and they saw that they cannot progress together. Singapore was even expelled from Malaysia. And today, Singapore has the number one passport in the whole world. No matter, it's a little place, it's a little country when it comes to geographical, size. But they are progressing heavily. Also, is Malaysia. And you know what? Many Malaysians are living happily in Singapore. And many Singaporeans are also living and doing their businesses in Malaysia. That is how it is. What people want is just as long as our union is not progressing, is not advancing the country, please, can we agree to disagree and separate so that we shall progress in our own ways and we become very good friends and neighbors? You want to come and do business in Biafra land, you are highly welcome. As long as you come, you respect our laws and constitutions. The same way to Biafrans going to either Oduduwari or Nigeria. The same thing. The same way we have our people living in Cameroon, living in Benin Republic. There is no rancor about it, no malice. So before I continue, let me bring in, I don't know the how in alphabetical order or in the order of, but let me bring who is
Uh,
Real John, the first person. I don't know.
yeah,
Real John is
good afternoon. Good afternoon, Biafrans.
Yes.
Am I coming out?
Are you the Real John, right?
Yes, I'm Real John.
Okay,
I'm Real
okay.
John.
Go on, please.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, Biafrans. My name is John Okichuku.
And the others,
I
because
am.
there might be others, not even only Biafrans that are here. Please, go on, go on.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Lovers of freedom and and lovers of slavery. Yes. So, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I don't want to take so much of our time. I am a member of IPOB. I have no questions to ask. However, I want to know if there is an active family unit here in Nottingham. I just relocated to the UK. Not relocated. I just came to the UK earlier this year, and for some time now, I've been trying to reach out to some handles like IPOB Liverpool and to get contacts of people here on the ground where I can continue being active like I was back home in Iguacha. Please, is there anybody I can reach out to that can put me through to who to connect with here in Nottingham or in the East Midlands, anywhere close to Nottingham? I don't have any much apart from this. And also, I want to commend the DOS and IPOB members worldwide. This initiative is welcome. We don't have so much presence on Twitter,
And this is going to be very massive for the awareness campaign on the Biafran struggle. So thank you, everybody. I will yield the mic here. Thank you.
Okay, Mazi. IPOB is everywhere in the UK. So I don't know, you can leave your hand.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your job.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I was speaking and I forgot that I was muted. IPOB family member.
Did you hear my submission?
Yes,
yes.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IPOB has family in the United Kingdom, many places, in many zones, in all over the UK. So you can leave your handle so that you'll be contacted, please, as soon as possible. There will. Let me now go.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Ezekwe. Dr. Ezekwe, if you are hearing me, Dr. Ezekwe, please go on, please. Dr. Ezekwe, go on, please.
Take care of them first.
Good evening, listeners. Good evening, Biafrans, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Onyeka Ekekwe. I reside in the UK. I'm an IPOB member. And for our brother Ree John, that looking for family to join in UK, I've taken note of your handle, and I will be contacting you. We do have a family in Nottingham, so we should be able to arrange for you to join the family in Nottingham. Also have families that are close to Nottingham, so I will be contacting you maybe after this program. I have taken note of your handle.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so gentlemen and ladies, I really very thankful that we are having this discussion on X Space. It's a very welcome development because Biafran struggle is a struggle that is born out of historic injustices to a group of people. That's why I kind of like the topic today, that why are we demanding for self-governance? And also, is this self-determination legitimate? So I would like to contribute by saying that, yes, we are demanding for self-governance out of, a long-standing historic injustices that have meted out to the Biafran people. This predated. I don't want to. I want to cut it short so other people can speak. But if we really want to go down the historic, down the history, we have to start right from the slave trade. We go to pre-1994 amalgamation and post-1994. I will keep it simple. If you look at what has happened to us, the amalgamation, for example, our consent was not sought. The people's consent was not sought before the amalgamation happened, and the amalgamation happened out of the interest of the British people, not the people that were put together. In essence, what I'm saying is that Nigeria was designed for the benefit of Britain. That is the sole reason why Nigeria came to existence. And let us also remember that when in 1994, when Lugard amalgamated the two
in
protectorates, North and South.
1914.
Sorry, 1914. Sorry, 1914. When Lord Lugard amalgamated the Northern and the Southern protectorate to become a Nigerian, and they left a provision that after 100 years it should be revisited, and that 100 years terminated in 2014. So it is time for that issue to be revisited. So that is one reason why we are asking for self-determination. Apart from all the things that have happened to us as people, right? In Nigeria, if we start going through it, it's a series of them. In 1929, the massacre of our women in Aba. 1945, massacre of our people. 1953, massacre of our people in the north. And the program of 1966, where a coup that was organized by people officers across the country was maliciously and termed an Igbo coup. And that was done to profile a group of people, which is the Igbos and the Biafrans, and that set us up for the genocidal war that happened between 1967 to 1970, where more than 3.5 million Biafrans were massacred. And most of these 3.5 million people that were massacred were civilians. They were actually children, women, and elderly people. They were, allowed to starve to death, not by total blockade of land, air, and sea. So all this has left a deep scar on the memory of the Biafran people. And 50 years after, or more than 50 years after, we've not actually had any relief from these injustices. It has continued. It's common for us to identify with what is happening in Nigeria today, how the Biafrans and the Igbos are being excluded from political activities. Even voting in Lagos is a problem. There's an unwritten rule that no Igbo man can aspire to become the president of Nigeria. We all know this. Also ethnic profiling, economic strangulation. I don't see why the Igbos are the one that does most of the importation in Nigeria. We don't have a functioning seaport, and we have one in Lagos. We have two in Lagos. They're trying to build another one, and they're not allowing us to build anyone in the east. All these are well-targeted economic strangulation policies. If I want to, let me cut it short, but it's obvious to everybody that want to tell themselves the truth that the Biafrans and the Igbos are being marginalized in Nigeria up till today. So if you look at all those things, nobody will tell you that the only way for the Biafrans to attain their full potential is to have their own country. Just like the Jewish people reached this agreement in 1894 when they formed the Zionist movement. They knew that for them to prevent continuous massacre all over the world, they must have a homeland called their own. So after 2,000 years of dispersal all over the world, they now formed the State of Israel in 1914. And you can see today, it cannot... Sorry, 1948. I keep on missing the years. Sorry, thank you, Mazi Jonathan. 1948, Israel was born. And we know that today, it can't just deal with the Jewish people anyhow in the world. So the same thing is where what Biafrans have arrived at, that for us to be safe, as a people, we need to have our own country. And I think that was what moved our eternal leader, Ojukwu, to reach that same conclusion in 1967, May 30th, 1967, when he said the only way to keep Biafra safe for continuous massacre in Nigeria is for Biafra to be an independent nation. And that is why Biafra was declared. Unfortunately, we lost that war, and we are where we are today. And the injustices has continued. Despite the warning of General Philip when he handed over in 15th of January 1970, he told Gowon that if we don't correct all the injustices against Biafrans, the younger ones will rise up again and fight. And that is why PUB has come back to fight to restore Biafra this time around, because those things has continued. So that is why I believe self-determination is the only way Biafrans can reach their full potential. And is this demand legitimate? Of course, it's legitimate. It's backed up by United Nations Declaration on Human and People's Rights, of 2007, which was ratified in 2010, and no nation in the world, including Nigeria, opposed this particular declaration that granted indigenous people the right for self-determination. And also, this same self-determination is also backed by, I think, African Charter African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And all these two declarations has been codified into Nigerian law. So these are law in Nigeria, and that is why Nigeria is having a problem to declare IPOB a criminal organization, and that is why in 2016, Justice Bitan Yaku ruled, and that judgment is still subsisting to date, that IPOB is not it's a legal or a legitimate organization in Nigeria. So we have a legal backing for our struggle, which is also within Nigerian law, African law, United Nations law. Apart from the moral justification for it, there's also a legal justification for it. So what I'm saying is, in essence, in summary, is that the only way for Biafrans to attain their full God-given potential is to have a country of their own where they can progress without hindrance. And our struggle and our demand is legitimate, and we're demanding it in a peaceful way by requesting for a referendum, which is in accordance with all known law. Thank you, everyone.
Mazi. And as we are going on, because I don't want only pro self-determination or pro Biafrans be speaking. Please, the question there is there anyone here? Don't be shy. Don't be, people. Is there anyone here that is against Biafra self-determination? You indicate when you are talking, and you give us why you are against Biafra self-governance. We want to be discussing. This is a space for us to discuss. Let me say this: Europe that most of us are enjoying today, they engaged. They saw different types of problems, but they engaged in discussions, debates among themselves. That is, and in order for them to bow to superior argument, because that is what advances a company, advances a people. So, if we are talking, please, if there is anybody here that is against Biafra self-determination, please do not fail to speak out. The only thing is that you give us your reasons, because we might also ask you questions. Do not be afraid of countering. Any counter opinion is allowed here. Here, this space is for civilized debate, where superior arguments takes precedence. That is it. So, in that case, let me also invite other people. Please, once you finish, you bring down your raised hand, so that I will also bring others. And I don't know, Mazi, you can. I have also my co-host here also. Ikodomi Ikodo is here also. So anytime you want to say something, please do. But let me also bring Mazi Nelson. You raise your hand. Mazi Nelson, please take the podium and speak to us. Speak to the audience. Mazi Nelson, are you there? Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
Please,
Yeah,
3 minutes,
Mazi.
please. We are going to time anybody who's going to speak else for 3 minutes.
Yes.
Summarize your views in 3 minutes so that others can get the chance to speak, please.
Yes.
Once it's 3 minutes, I'll mute you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay, Mazi. Okay, no problem. I've heard you. But I think not muting, but allow the person that your time is always approaching, or your time is approaching, then the person will take caution. Okay, thank you. I greet every one of us here, and I say my Chukukara bless every one of us. I, I have something to say on this place according to the topic. The issue here, the one I want to speak is the question being asked here whether self-determination is a legitimate right for us as Biafrans. And then I also concur with what Mazi, the last speaker, said. Yes, self-determination is legitimate and it's what we all deserve to have. According to the international law and political philosophy, self-determination is recognized as a fundamental right of people. It also means that a group of people has the right to freely decide their political status and pressure, and then pursue their economic and social and cultural development without any internal or external affair or interference. This is what IPOB have stood up for years. Because in Nigeria, as we have found ourselves into, all these things is being missed. Like we are not seeing it in our midst. We are not free. We can't decide our political status. We cannot pursue our economic and our social with our cultural development. We cannot freely ask for these things. So this is what we are missing. This is what is lacking in our land that has prompted this novel family of IPOB being created by our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is now being illegally, unjustly detained in Nigerian detention dungeons. But I'm not going to that side because that is not part of the topic. And then the next thing is that the international law also backs up what we are doing. Mazi Jonathan asked a question: why is Nigeria government not allowing us to be free? I think because Nigeria doesn't obey laws, both their own law and international law, they don't obey it. The ordinary rendition of the illegal rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria proves this point, or what I just said now, right? They don't obey their laws. They don't obey the international laws. Because the international law also backed up what we are doing. That, according to the United Nations Charter of 1945, it also upholds the principle of self-determination. Both the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, they also uphold the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in 1966. Also uphold it with an Article 1. On the Article 1, which says, and I read.
Your time is almost up. 5 minutes already.
Let me read this and then I will round up with my points. According to the Article 1, all people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic and social cultural development. Nigeria government is signatory to United Nations Charter, but they don't obey this charter. They don't obey their laws. So we don't even need to be discussing about this thing if we are fighting this struggle in a civilized country. We have several people, countries fighting for their freedom. but they are not being maltreated the way Nigeria government is doing to us. Nigeria don't want us to be free. They illegally proscribe IPOB, which the world have never even seen any proof to prescribe IPOB. So this thing is to tell you that what we are doing is recognized both internal and external government. So I'm here to encourage every Biafrans to also keep it up and also don't relent. Don't look at what Nigeria government is doing to us and then use it because of that. You don't want to fight for this freedom again. That is what they are looking for. And because it's our right to fight for this freedom, I'm encouraging every one of us to keep it up. And then the freedom will be ours in soon. Thank you. And then, members, I hit my mic here. Day one.
Go on. You appoint the next speaker. Please go on.
Okay. I think Ndukwe Wisdom, please. 3 minutes. We will have 5 speakers. After the 5 speakers, the co-host will respond if there's any question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. My name is Ndukwe Wisdom. I'm an IPOB member from the zoo, residing in the zoo. I don't have much thing to say, just to say few things. And one of the things the first thing I want to say is, it's like an advice. That I personally want to advise everyone in the movement to always consider Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before taking any action or reaction, because we've seen a lot of things that is happening around, and it's quite unfortunate. So my advice to everyone in this movement is to always consider the sacrifices of Nnamdi Kanu before you react to something. Before you react to anything, always consider the sacrifices, the worst of Nnamdi Kanu, so that we don't come and make mess of ourselves. So that's the first advice I want to give. Now my point, I just want to drop a few points on the topic. Nigeria in the first place is not supposed to exist. Nigeria in the first place is not supposed to exist. Nigeria is an illegitimate union. Nigeria is a place or a company that operates on illegality. So everything that is legal in the area will be turned, to illegal. Self-determination is a human right, and it is enshrined in the United Nations Constitution, which Nigeria is a signatory to. I believe every one of us knows that. And every one of us also knows that the marginalization of the Igbos is something that have been existing since the creation of this contraption called Nigeria. The Igbos have faced series of damnable atrocities, from the zoo called Nigeria. So it's not something we can just fold our hands and continue taking, or continue going through same marginalization over and over again. So it is our right to determine who we want to be, where we want to be, or what we want to be. It is our right, it is our human right. We have the freedom to do that. And it is unfortunate that we are in a place like Nigeria where we are in a place like Nigeria that doesn't obey laws, a lawless place. So that is why IPOB and the Biafrans are facing all the things they are facing today, because we are in a place that operates on illegality, which is called Nigeria. And Nigeria is not supposed to exist in the first place. I just want to commend every one of us. I just want to commend every one of us who are steadfast in the struggle,
And I believe that sooner than later we will achieve what we are fighting for. Thank you very much.
There work, there work. Mazi, please, you go. But before you bring next speaker, let me also say this. Let me reiterate. This X space is not only for Biafrans, please. And it is not only for pro Biafra. I think as time goes on, people will understand. Because we want people from all walks of life, even those that are anti what we are doing. It doesn't matter. You come, we have a very robust, or we have very robust debates. That is what matters. So that we learn from each other. We hear you out. Also, you listen to us, please. So you can share this program to even to different platforms in Nigeria and abroad. Different people. So that because it is, as we say, it is somebody that nears person that that sniffs the smell, the odor of his mouth. That is it. So because many people, some people, they are hearing all these things from far, but we want you to come be part of this X space, please. Whether you are against, so this is not completely IPOB platform. No, we discuss issues concerning us. We listen to people. We want to have debates. That is the thing. So, Mazi, please bring up the next speaker. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi Jonathan Dewo, you have actually nailed it. And based on this, I think we have somebody who may have a different. Somebody, Benjamin is raising his hand. I want us to give Benjamin an opportunity to come in and 3 minutes, please, and let us keep it civil. Benjamin, please unmute yourself and take the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my brothers. It's very good that we are having this conversation. It's actually very nice. This is the first time I'm seeing this congregation, and I'm happy to be here. I will go like this. I'm an anti, you can call me anti-IPOB movement, anti-IPOB extremist ideology, right? Now, talking about self-determination, right? Self-determination is actually a human right, and also it is enshrined, I think, in UN Charter. I think Article 1 and also Article 55. Then, on that same breath, the same UN Charter, I think also Article 4 about also prohibit threat or use of violence or maybe use of force against the territorial integrity of an independent state. That same charter that shrined self-determination as a human right. That same charter also said that any use of threat or force against an independent state as a violation, that particular charter that enshrined self-determination as a human right. So that will bring me to a question, because I want to understand the IPOB agitation. I want to ask a question. Anybody can pick the mic and also address the question. So my question is, what was the main reason behind the formation of ESN? That is my question.
Can I respond, please?
Mazi, go on. Mazi Patrick, go on.
I'd like to come. Thank you very much, Benjamin. You're welcome to this platform. We love you, my brother. And we are happy that you are here to join us in this conversation. Most of the time, we don't normally see people who are anti-IPOB in our midst because they feel scared they feel threatened, they feel bullied. In most cases, it is true because we have a group of individuals in the struggle who are intolerant considerably because of experiences and also the hurt and the feeling. So when you see people become aggressive, when you talk against IPOB, it is natural because it is part of human feeling that we react against any form of contrary opinion to our convictions, especially when we are convinced in the cause that we are pursuing. But just like we said, that this platform is an open platform where contrary views are invited and also expected. We want to make it as intellectual as possible, where every view and everybody must be given that privilege and opportunity to express themselves. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy that we have Benjamin, who have also expressed himself in line with our agreement here that everybody have that right. So automatically, that gives credence to the fact that IPOB is not an extremist organization, because for you to have a platform like this that give room for contrary views, that automatically settles the issue of extremism, because in an extreme environment, you are not given opportunity to have a contrary view. Maybe in the past we must have seen some of those things, but I think that IPOB have evolved over time. And I believe that in due course, we'll continue to improve in our character, we'll continue to improve in our understanding, we'll continue to improve to correct the mistakes of the past. Because if you ask me, I would tell you that in the past there have been mistakes which we must admit to. Mistakes in rhetorics, mistake in our attitudes, mistake in the way we share our views, and the mistake to approach. But when you also look at some of the mistakes we made in the past, it's as a result of the condition that we've been put through in Nigeria. I remember in our early days of moving with Biafra flag, flying around peacefully in Nigeria, we were met with brute force, which you Benjamin, can attest to. On many occasions, in many places, if we start counting them, they are uncountable. We never took up arms. We never fought back. We put our blood on the line. Members of the indigenous people of Biafra were mowed down in cold blood by the Nigerian security forces, the Nigerian police and the army. The whole world fold their hands and watch these atrocities happen, and nobody utter a word of condemnation. That is enough to push anybody into extremism. Not justifiably though, because we have also maintained that IPOB is a peaceful organization and a peaceful movement. We have seen situations where we've seen also the Nigerian state try to sponsor some level of infiltration to portray IPOB in a bad light. And we've resisted that temptation of making sure that we will not fall into that angle of extremism, despite the fact that in some occasions we've also spoken very toughly. We've also expressed our feelings so angrily, which is natural in human form. And I believe that, like I said earlier, we cannot completely say we'll be perfect all this while. We're going to own up to our mistakes, but we are also going to make sure that we continue in line with the rule of engagement, just like the articles of the United Nations. That brings me to the issue of the Eastern Security Network. The blind can see, the deaf can hear. The reason why Eastern Security Network was established as a result of atrocities of the herdsmen that we've also seen today in the Middle Belt in other parts of the country. The Eastern Security Network became a child of necessity as a result of where we find ourselves. And I don't want to go too further. I believe that other people have their own opinion and contribution to make in responding to some of these questions. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi Obasi, you want to say something? Because I want to just add
Yes,
something before you. Okay, go on.
yes, I want to say something. Good
Who
evening,
sorry, who is that?
Benjamin.
Is it the person that, who is that?
Please hold on. Mazi Chika Austin, please hold on.
Okay, okay.
I invited.
Okay.
Jonathan, you say you want to continue.
Yeah. Mazi Obasi, go on if you want to say what you want to say. Now, after you, I think it's Mazi. Is it Mazi Austin?
No. I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Sorry, I haven't used my time.
Who is this? Are you the person that asked the question?
Yeah, I asked a question. Yeah,
okay,
Benjamin.
just hold on. Okay, let me also, because you are here. Don't worry. Just like you ask a question about, you ask a direct question. Why is ESN formed? You can see since 2015, when Led Buhari took over power, APC took over power, I think even if you are not in Nigeria, you were hearing and listening to everything that was happening. Eastern Security Network is a vigilante. It's not an army. It's not a Biafra military formation. No. It's a child of necessity. You had what was going on that time, how the Fulani headsmen were on the rampage everywhere, even in our land. There are uncountable cases, Mazi, of Fulani killings in our farmlands. They were everything. To the extent, on different occasions, they killed somebody in the farm, dismembered the person. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was on a shouting, begging our governors to please protect us. You saw Amoteku, the Oduduwa, the Yorubas, they organized themselves and formed Amoteku, which they did in the legally organized way. IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was telling our political elites in the East, please, why can't you take example from the Yoruba and form something or you people want us to be eradicated before you can do anything? It made deaf ears. You could hear former Anambra governor, Obiano. He came out, made public statements, very horrible, that any Igbo man killed any person killed in Anambra by the Fulani headsmen, that they will be recompensed. I mean, the family will be recompensated with 500,000 naira. You had it, which was an insult. So we cannot, our people were looking to IPOB for respite, because there is nothing these governors and political elites in the east, they were not even concerned about what is happening to the people. You can testify, if honestly, they were living in a different world. They don't care. So that was when IPOB formed ESN. It's a vigilante outfit, security outfit. Just like you build your house, You bring you don't say, oh, I have the police to look after in Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria. You put your security. You pay your security. Put IPOB shouted onto deaf ears. What do you want? What do you want us to do? We formed it, and their job is totally restricted to the bush. In order, it is in the IPOB manifesto that ESN is in the bush facing the Fulani headsmen. That is the reason. So this is the reason for ESN. Even you can see, look at even till today. Look at the Nigerian CDS, Chief of Defense Staff. You know what? I think it was on 21st of this month. I think you heard what he said. Every Nigerian should learn combat skills for self-defense. You see that? In a country like that, you have vigilante groups in different communities. ESN is serving as central vigilante for our people. Is a central one normally. This should be, you know how Igbo politicians are. But this is something that should be, protected more and more and sponsored, more and more for them to carry out their job, just like the way Amateku is doing. So that is the answer I can give to you. So before you come in, please, let me allow Mazi Chika Austin.
What?
Is it?
Mazi, my hand is up already.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Let Mazi Chika Austin come. Now, after speaking, now the person that asked the question, we also talk. Now, Mazi KK, I think you now come in, please. Let it be like that.
Okay.
Mazi Chika Austin, please go on.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The host, the co-host, and various speakers and listeners, I want to say good evening from my location. I am Mazi Chika Austin. Well, I'm going to go strictly to the question raised by Mr. Benjamin, and not just domesticating my references. It's also important I broaden my references by picking up one or two international scenes to let him understand or respond to his question. In fact, he asked a straight question: why was ESM formed? Prior to this time, we all know that there have been a lot of international reports based on events happening in Nigeria. I can vividly refer you to reports by CIA, by U.S. Department of State, by British intelligence agency, and the mother agency in conduct of UK foreign policies. These guys came up and said that Al-Qaeda is expanding from northern Nigeria to southern Nigeria. It's just a public document. Anybody can lay hold on it. And we are talking about prior to the time of the formation of ESN. That not just alone. There were even domestic intelligence reports by Nigerian intelligence agencies like DSS, NAIA, and other sister intelligence agencies. The Nigeria security structure and formations are facing a severe possible polarization as a result of these obvious threats. In such circumstances, it is only a living, a rational being that will set up defensive mechanisms. It's a natural thing. Anybody that negates that principle perhaps is not truthful to himself. And not just theoretical establishment of what was to come to Nigeria we are referencing here. We also saw practical evidences where people were killed in their farms, slaughtered, murdered like animals. No distance, respect to human life. These things all happened and are still happening. In such means, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu found it pertinent to float a defensive line for our people. We are not the only people. I said earlier that I'm going to also invoke international references. When the people of Kurdish face the same threat, the Kurdish people are found in Iraq. Google can help us to make a quick research on that. When they also face a threat of annihilation, they floated a defensive line known as Peshmerga. What of the Druze in Syria, currently facing a severe threat from the Sunni militias? The Druze also floated a defensive line. I can mention, but because of our time, several people, races that have risen. I'm talking about non-state actors. These people I'm mentioning, the Peshmergas of Kurdish are not state actors. The Druze in Syria are not state actors. They are all non-state actors. What of domestically, the Amotoku, the Hausa militias in Zamfara, and all the rest of them? That was the reason why ESN was floated to defend Biafra land, having been admitted by the Nigerian state and her international partners. The Nigerian security structure does not have what it takes to protect the people. Even currently, the director of DSS even encourage people to activate, including the chief of army staff, to activate defensive mechanism, tailoring to the same thing that led to the formation of ESN. But I want to say this, even though Mr. Benjamin might not have, stated it orally. When people hear of ESN, based on certain things that happen, that got, people got those incidents associated with the ESN name. Let me say this. If you are acquainted with international operations of intelligence agencies all over the world, you will understand how government functions. It's quite unfortunate that in this part of the world, we don't take cognizance of these realities because our educational systems never expose us to that very fact. There is one thing governments all over the world do. When non-state actors emerge and they are not at the purview of their control, government is not exclusive to the Nigerian state. This is just the behavior of state actors. When they cannot control any formation by non-state actors, what they do is to infiltrate. If they don't infiltrate, they polarize. They use the tool of polarization. Two techniques are always there. Infiltration, which means entering into the circuit of their formation and destroying them internally. Polarization simply means creating a sister, something that appears to look to the original in order to blackmail and destroy the image of the original. And that's exactly what ESN is facing in Nigerian state. Because the governors have negotiated to have ESN under their control, and IPOB tend not to be interested on that. Secret negotiations took place, which IPOB, knowing too well the tendency of corruption of local politicians and their inability to sustain structures, the evidences are there. IPOB declined all these efforts. So what do you expect them to do? The likes of Umahi came on national television and boasted that he's going to destroy ESN by creating a group that will destroy them. The transcript is on public space for anybody to access, any interest party to access. But because people do not take to heart certain realities, they wave it off. So when you hear some elements, some criminal elements, some, should I say, terrorists, ESN of IPOB, these are the polarization move of the state. These are infiltration move of the state. Everybody should expect that. But because we are less informed on the politics of state actors, when we say we study political science, all we study is just maybe Chubo, Kadibo, Grammatarian, and all this. We don't really understand the integral part of act. And this is exactly what is playing out before ESN. The state and her players are doing everything to destroy the image of ESN so that you cannot convince the general public that a non-state actor that is not receiving security vote is running a disciplined and functional institution than a state actor where you're having billions of naira security voting system. So it is normal. So Mr. Benjamin, summarily, ESN was formed as a result of the necessity surrounding our environment. Secondly, the current ill names and gory pictures they try to associate with the ESN is a state secret operation. You might not know about it today because at this level it's still a classified operation. But in the next 30 years, the federal government owns the public responsibility to tell them, just the way CIA is today telling the world how they fought the Cold War. They will also own us the responsibility to tell us several secret operations the DSS, the NIA ran in order to undermine the legitimacy of ESN. Thanks, that is what I have to say.
There were Mazi, there were Mazi, Obas, please, just I crave your indulgence. Let them the Mazi Benjamin. Mazi Benjamin, are you here?
Yeah, thank you.
Please.
So,
please.
I mean, thank you so much, Jonas. Okay, you said something about infiltration and polarization. I take a point out of that. So, let me dig a little bit deep. Then I will throw a few more questions on the floor. And if possible, if we can make it more direct, because probably there may a lot of people are, raising their hands. So, now, if we are quoting a UN charter, if we are quoting international law, which most of us here have been doing that to give more credence to the to self-determination, which I don't consider a crime. It's actually a human right. But if we are quoting that law, is it not good also we quote the law that backs civility when it comes to self-determination? I'm still talking about arming non-state actors, because on that same chapter it says that there is no excuse or justification, no matter whichever way we try to wriggle it around. There is no excuse or justification for arming non-state actors. Like, you literally don't have any excuse or justification, and by doing so, it thereby invalidates the main principle of that UN chapter, which addresses self-determination. So basically, are we quoting UN charter, or we are quoting it when it is convenience, when it is actually convenient for us to quote it? Then on the other breath, we will do as we wish. But when it's convenient, we quote UN charter. And again, that brought me to another question about ESN.
Hold on. Let us finish this particular one before you continue, because that is the beauty of this space, so that I want here to be vibrant. You understand?
Okay, I don't
So
know.
just hold on. Before Mazi KK will come in, after which Mazi Obasi will now take over. Please let me also drop this in just few seconds. Like what Mazi Benjamin said under no you form any is it defense, let me call it defense mechanism, which is wrong. Because even in Nigeria, you can see that last time the director of the DSS, what is that his name? He publicly told the community, told Nigerians, look, sequence to what is happening, the insecurity, that the Nigerian military machine, the Nigerian security machine could not be everywhere. They are incapable. So he said, gather yourselves in your communities. You know how to go about it. Apply for the arms. Give them arms, train. It's on video. I have the video. The man said it on video. So, Mazi, Benjamin, when you said that, you know, you don't have under self determination, you don't have any right to form any security outfit. I might disagree with you in that way because, one, Nigeria, even in Nigeria, in our communities today, we have vigilante groups, don't we? And you see how things are going. The menace, the threat of mostly Fulani headsmen that started in earnest since 2015 under Buhari, upon Buhari is taking over power, which you are seeing today. That is being reported all over the world to the extent even um, American government even put Nigeria in a watch list of what is going on, insecurity. So how can we not do, it's just like you are saying that somebody coming to kill you in your house, you don't have the right in order to defend yourself. Mind you, IPOB, our self-determination is not violent, it's non-violent. We are only asking for what? Plebiscite. Are you getting what I'm saying? We are only asking for a referendum. We can be defeated. Only we are not violent. IPOB is a non-violent movement. And that is the reason why there is no other place in this world that IPOB is proscribed. It's only in Nigeria, which they did illegally. Even I think they have according to Nigerian courts, they proscribed IPOB, but they don't obey their court order for you to see. So there is no time in history that IPOB is going on arms confrontation. No. The ESN is a central vigilante group that is exceptionally different. The menace is Fulani headsmen because they want to eradicate, they want to kill our natural farm crops. They want to eradicate our farmers by the Fulani headsmen. So how can we be there? And all you are seeing what is happening every day, even in Benue State, even in Plateau, even in the north. All these terrorists, they have taken over most part of the north. Many of us don't know, and they are paying taxes to the terrorists. So Danjuma said one time, he said, defend yourselves, Nigerians, defend yourselves, because the Nigerian military, they collude. He said it. They are colluding with these terrorists. So you don't need to stay out, be a gentleman and die. No. So IPOB, we are not violent. We only asking for a referendum. That is what you have to understand. So Mazi, please, Mazi KK, if you can say something, you go on now.
Yes, Mazi.
After we come back to Mazi Obasi, please. Mazi KK, please go on.
Mazi Jonas, I greet the house. My name is Mazi Keke Ugo. Mazi Benjamin, I really appreciate you for being bold to ask this question. And what I want to let you know is that
majority here is IPOB members, so I don't want you to see it as attack. We are the majorities. Try to maybe subdue you. No, you are free to ask your question. The need of having ESN in eastern region of that Nigeria is very necessary. When the Amoteku form their own, I don't think there is a Nigerian that asks why Yorubas formed Amoteku, which we know that they are the first people that formed that Amoteku. Now, all of us here know, before, after the war, there is what we call Ndenche, that you normally use single barrel. Nigeria government never come one day to disturb them or to tell the village not to guide themselves. Before we have ESN, we have what we call volunteers. Those volunteers, nobody come to disturb us or tell us where they are today. I know why you asked that question, because I do follow Space, TikTok, why some of us ask all those questions. Because of some of the infiltrators that maybe come outside social media to call themselves ESM. Mazi Benjamin, with anybody you see his or her face in social media threatening you or telling you about ESN is not IPOB ESN. It is not. So the need of us protecting ourselves is liberal in every country for you to protect yourself. I don't think down, even if you're a cripple. That is what ESN is doing. Before we created this ESN, if you are conversant on social media, you can see what our mothers do go to farm. They will cry and come back. Some of them you will see blood in their part of their bodies, crying. Nobody came out to condemn all those evil. Why all this? Why creating ESN? It's because of the infiltrators that infiltrated the land today, coupled with the hands of some of the governors trying to stop the ESN. The main IPOB ESN, Mazi Benjamin, you don't know them and you can never see them on social media. So I know why all these questions come out when you see all the charlatans coming on social media to threaten Biafrans, kidnapping. Most of you that is not IPOB members, we think that they are ESN. They are not ESN. ESN of IPOB, you can never see them even at the road. They are always on the bush, making sure that some part of the eastern region I'm talking about, you go there, you see that there is calmness in the bushes. Most of you can see this year how we grow our yams, everything come out. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you see the kind of hunger that is in Biafra land today. And nobody is doing anything. Even we are being threatened from the north. I remember 5 years ago when North threatened us that they will stop giving us food. They will start bringing food to East. But today, we are not hearing such a thing again. So the need of we bringing ESN to protect us, when I say ESN, is ESN IPOB. Underline that. Because some of the ESN, maybe you are thinking that it's IPOB ESN. They are not IPOB ESN. They are Nigerian recruited agents, which we are still finding a way to solve that problem. So Mazi Jonathan and Mazi often have addressed this matter. That's why I just want to chip in this a little bit argument to this our brother, if he can be able to understand. Because I know, him speaking, is an Igbo man. He will know the importance of we protecting ourselves as we do protect our families. That is what we are doing today. And nobody can tell us we don't have right to protect ourselves, which this thing has been for long in that Nigeria. In Yoruba land, in northern part of the country, in eastern part of the country. I don't know why the ESN own should be a problem. So, Mazi Jonas, I will leave it at this, and I appreciate all of you.
Go on, Mazi Obase, please. Over to you.
All right, in there, Mazi Jonathan, thank you. I'm the co-host, and I'm stepping in for Mazi Obasi.
Okay.
At this point, I want to believe that there have been overwhelming reasons or answers that have been, or responses to the question that was raised as to why ESN was formed. So let me also reiterate some of our rules here. If you have maybe a question or something to say regarding the topic that we are treating today, the way to go about it is to raise your hand. We would notice you and we will bring you up to speak. Again, we would also, like we have, said so many times, we want as many people. It doesn't have to be those that agree with IPOB alone. Those that have opposing view, bring it up so that we can clear some of those that, because we are aware that these are some of the conversations that have been going on before now. People try to misinterpret what we are doing or misunderstand what we are doing. Sometimes very, very deliberate. But nonetheless, the reason why we are here is to clear all of those misconceptions so that our people we can carry our people along. Because this fight or this demand for self-governance, for freedom, this demand for justice is not just for IPOB members. It is for every one of us that is from the old Eastern region. Having said that, I see that there are some hands up. I also believe that Mazi Benjamin has gotten overwhelming responses. So,
But he also,
Maz,
after, even if other people
I
speak,
wanted to
please,
proceed
I
with making
suggest
my
that you
point.
also allow him, because he has other questions. So please.
So please, because
Mazi Jonathan.
I have a question for Mr. Benjamin. Please.
Aku Keria, please. We don't just open mic and speak. We said it from the beginning of this space. If you have something to say, you have to raise your hand. Otherwise, anybody caught in just like that, you risk being removed from the speaker session. Thank you very much for your understanding. Mazi Jonathan, please, what you were saying something, I didn't quite get you.
No, yes, I said if other people say something about this, also you allow him. I mean, because he say he has another question, and also for him to comment some the responses he had. Please, there.
Okay, before we go back to him, Mazi Obasi, please, you have the mic, host. Mazi Obasi,
Please let him speak.
Okay.
Let Benjamin speak. Please.
Okay, Mazi Benjamin, please, round up. Mario G, please mute your mic.
Really?
Mario G, please mute your mic. Then Mazi Benjamin, please go on and round it up in maybe in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, I've had a lot of things anyway. So it goes like this. I want to toe the part of the argument people are making here. Even though we are quoting a UN Charter and the international law, but that same law says there is no excuse or justification for arming non-state actors. But I understand the point we are trying to make here. Okay, I want to move away from the logics here now.
Benjamin, hold on, please. A moment. Can you please cite for us, for the benefit of those of us who are listening, that there is no, the place you're just referring to, because I have a contrary, what do you call it, that I can show you also.
Okay, it's a UN Charter, Article 2 in bracket 4. It says prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. It also said arming rebels in another state seen as a violation of this principle. UN Charter, Article 2 in bracket 4. Then I want to go on to...
Hold on, please. I want to allow you and I some time to do a little bit of a back and forth for the benefit of everybody. Can you side, because you've mentioned arming against the territorial integrity of a state and rebels? Can you help us with a definition of attacking the territorial integrity of a sovereign nation? And give us an example how ESN have done that, please. Thank you. Just very straight and direct, because I have few of the follow-up questions.
When you arm non-state actors, people that are not sanctioned by the state, automatically that is an attack on the integrity, territorial integrity of that state, right? Right. We cannot agree to that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, hold on. Please, somebody, yes, Mazi Chika Austin, please.
Yes,
No. I am saying you should mute yourself, please. He's making the thing to echo. Please, I beg you. Thank you. Benjamin, you see, you can respond, but making conclusion on behalf of all of us is something that I believe you should be able to understand that you cannot make. Let me also read you Article 51 of the UN Charter, what it says about self-defense. It says nothing, I believe you can hear me, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent, now please note the word, the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense of an armed attack. Sorry, if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations, there's nothing that should prohibit, that should impair the right individual or collective, if to be able to exercise their self-defense if there's an armed attack against them. This is a provision of a UN Charter. Now, when you talk about territorial integrity, you cannot make your own definition and just stick to it. Maybe we can have a dictionary help us. There is just being armed, just like somebody have given you the example. Are you telling me that in the north we have what we call Yambanga? In the southeast or in the Igbo region we have what we call Ndinche, that have always existed. The vigilante group have always existed. Are you telling me that simply by being a vigilante group automatically is an attack against the nation or against the integrity, the sovereign, the territorial integrity of a state? Are you saying that if someone threatens to attack you, the people in Benue, for example, that are being killed in hundreds, in tens, and in hundreds, you are telling me if you live or happen to be from Benue and someone comes to attack you and you also have been able to acquire a gun to protect yourself, you are telling me indirectly you are attacking the territorial integrity of the Nigerian state. If that is your definition, then certainly something has gone wrong. And I will go ahead to ask you, are you familiar with the concept of violent self-defense?
I wanted to touch on what you said also, your previous submission. When you mean the UN Charter you just read out, that nothing impairs the right of an individual to self-defense, right?
Yes.
What would you consider the violent rhetorics by Nnamdi Kanu saying, if you see police, bupuye isi, if you see soldier, bupuye isi? What would you consider that? And also the spontaneous attack on Nigerian security forces, would you consider that attack on the territorial integrity of Nigeria? The attack happening on checkpoints, attack happening on different stop and search across the southeast, and also considering the rhetorics from Nnamdi Kanu saying, if you see Nigerian security force, bupuye isi, bupu isi, narihe ha. If you see soldier, bupu isi, what would you consider? I want you to also touch on that. Thank you.
All right. Let me be Mazi Austin. I am going to mute myself. If you keep on muting yourself, respectfully, please. I'm going to mute you myself. Mr. Benjamin, your initial question to which I'm responding to is the justification for the establishment of ESN, which you have deliberately tagged a non-state actor and arming them as an attack on the territorial integrity of the state. If you want us to speak about rhetorics, maybe you can come back the next time and talk about that.
Mazi, can I come in, please, on the issue of this rhetoric? Because this issue here, this issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rhetoric has been an issue of discussion all over the place. It has been an issue of propaganda against IPOB itself as a structure and as an organization.
No, the host was handling this thing better.
And also made a reference to rhetoric in the past. Now, let us go back to the issue, ab initio, what led to rhetorics. Because you cannot just sit back and say somebody said something without asking why and what led to the statement and the rhetorics. We remember the issue that happened in Lekki Toll Gate where people were mowed down by the Nigerian security forces at a time when Nigerians were demonstrating and singing national anthem, and the military went ahead to shoot people in Lekki Toll Gate, which infuriated a lot of people, including Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself. And you know, when people come out to talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rhetoric, they fail to also go back to what led to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rhetorics. You know, because this has been the issue that we've always had in Nigeria, where stories always start from the middle, and nobody wants to start the story from the beginning. Now, we've seen Benjamin trying to, coin ESN into Biafra agitation. ESN was not set up for Biafra agitation. ESN was not set up for the purpose of Biafra agitation. These are two separate entities. The creation of ESM has nothing to do with Biafra agitation. Because a lot of people are meant to believe that the purpose of creating ESN is for Biafra agitation. Absolutely not. They have no connection. These are two different entities and two different events. At the beginning of this program, I talked about how Nigerian security forces killed members of IPOB who were never armed, who were just rolling flags all over the place. So why didn't IPOB pick up arms at that time that they were being mowed down, that their members were being killed in different locations, including in high school in Aba, on the Head Bridge? So if IPOB were violent and wanted to confront the Nigerian state and wanted to arm itself against Nigeria,
the same Chris, I'm calling from Italy, as you said. So this explanation goes to those who does not belong to IPOB.
Arm against Nigeria. So it is very, very important that we put it into a proper prospect that ESL formation was not to confront Nigeria or Nigerian security forces. If IPOB would have done that, they would have done that even in the early days of the agitation. But because we understood that we needed to stick by the rules, that we didn't have to go in the path of raising arm against Nigeria, we continue to let our blood to flow on the street. So we must put it in a proper that the formation of ESN is as a result of the Fulani herdsmen menace in the eastern region for security purpose to be able to secure our farmland. So we need to die this propaganda of ESM as a non-state actor. And before ESM was formed, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wrote a series of letters to the governors of the Eastern region requesting that they form a unitary security system that can guide the Eastern region. But they never adhered, they never listened, they never took up that opinion until he has to do it by himself by creating a security network that can protect our people. And today we've seen that security network being infiltrated by the Nigerian government. You know, so it's better we make it very, very clear and separate ESN from Biafra agitation. ESN has nothing to do with Biafra agitation. It is a child of necessity, like I said before, to protect our people, and their duty is in the bushes to make sure that the herdsmen who are marauding and killing and disturbing the production of food and agricultural services of our people are being curtailed. So it is important that we put this in a proper perspective so that Benjamin, our brother who is here, will be able to have that understanding that ESL was not raised as an armed group to confront Nigerian security forces. Thank you.
Don't be offended. Can I get my 2 minutes to make my submission? Don't be offended, please.
No, Mazi.
Sorry, who is this? Who is that?
No offense at all. No offense at all.
Who is that? Please intro. Is it the same Benjamin, right?
It's the same Benjamin.
No,
Okay.
I haven't had my 2 minutes actually. I was going back and forth with the host.
You know, you had 2 minutes. It would have been wise that you stick to the conversation because, Mazi, we have to be very, very mindful so that you know, people don't begin to take, begin to shift us away from the conversation. Okay, please, if you are speaking on a particular topic or you have a question and your question is answered, it's only civil and civilized that you either say, okay, I've gotten, I see the point you are making and I agree, rather than trying to shift the goalpost and be taking us round and round. I don't think that will help this conversation. So our host and our moderator, Mazi Jonathan, we must be very, very mindful of this point, so that as much as we are also trying to be, giving opportunity that others who are listening through these responses that we are giving, they can also be educated. But we must be able to draw the line when somebody, or anybody wants to, drive or push us away from the main conversation or the topic that is being spared out here or that has been spared out here. I just wanted to quickly pull that out here because we have a lot of people on the speaker session. So our host Mazi Obasi and Mazi Jonathan, I will leave it to you guys here.
No, Mazi, before Mazi Jonathan comes in, please, I want to make this very clear. If you interrupt anybody while he is speaking, doesn't matter who you are, I'm going to remove you from the speaker session permanently. This will not be repeated. If you interrupt anybody in the course of speaking, and I say it doesn't matter who you are going to be permanently removed from the speaker session. And I hope this is very clear, please. Benjamin, you can wait around. In the course of the conversation, you can be able to step back in. If you have any more things to say, you can do that, please. I don't know in the order, but I think Wins. Is it Wins? I think Wins is at the top level of those who request. Please, Wins, you can go ahead. Do you have a question or what do you want to say?
Yes, I have a question. Thanks for giving me this opportunity, even though I am not an IPOB member. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Yes, so I have a question. I would like to chip in something before asking the question. What Benjamin is saying in essence is that the Amutekun in the southwest was formed by the governors. In the southeast, Ibubagu was also formed by the southeast governors. So in this instance, he regards ESN as non-state actor. So my question is, on the 29th of May, 2021, in a broadcast, Nnamdi Kanu asked his armed security outfit, that is ESN, to kill our mothers and fathers' children if they dare go on the 31st of that month, that is May. If they dare go out, that was his statement. He asked them, his armed security outfit, to kill our mothers, our fathers. So my question is simple. Is this a freedom you guys are fighting?
Mazi, let me come here
freedom?
before. Let me come in
Thank
before
you.
any other person. Sorry, Mazi Obasi. Please
Go ahead, sir.
don't bring wrong quotation. What you said is completely wrong. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never ever asked or told our people or told ESN to go and kill our people. Is completely wrong. Let me.
Can I post the audio?
No, you can. But let me tell you what he said there, because you can cut up. Maybe you can cut that phrase, that particular phrase. No, it's not what if you want to play it, you have to play it complete. I know what you are talking. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said: if you go out, the Nigerian military will kill you, and after they will say that it is us that killed you. That is the thing. That one, there is nothing. I know it and I know it. I had it and I listened to it. He never ever. And that is, is what they are doing. Mazi Jake Austin said it. Polarization and infiltration. There is false flag operation. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never quote right, please. And don't bring something, maybe you cut a phrase. Epoch propaganda. I listened to that broadcast that day and I listened to it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never said in any of his broadcasts that, yes, sir, we kill you people. No, maybe you didn't listen. You just had this thing. There are mischievous people. That is part of what IPOB is defending or fighting. Mischievous people, they will go and cut off. Even you yourself, for example, any statement you are making, somebody cut incomplete statement. You can use it as in order to twist the mindset of people against you, and it's not what, because it didn't start from beginning. It's a phrase which is an incomplete statement. So for you coming to say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said no, from our security, no, from ESN, never. He never mentioned that. Never. He said what a Nigerian military used to do. They will go out if we declare it at home. Now they will, if they see people, they will wear civilian clothes and kill people. Now, people, it will be taken as, these are Biafrans, implementing it at home. No. We don't implement. We talk to people. So, in order to save yourself, say, don't go out, please, so that nothing happens to you. Because now we see how Nigerian government is working. We always know how they work. It is how governments work. Many of us don't understand this, but Mazi Austin made it so clear. There is, fighting this type of war. Don't you see what is going on in Ukraine, for example? For you, ordinary person, you see that it is Ukraine fighting because they are Ukrainians going. But there are many things at the background. So these are the things. So please don't bring that quote. It's a very wrong quotation. Even if you play anything, it is a phrase they cut out. I know all those things. They will cut out something that is incomplete and say it. You know, they used to do it everywhere. So please, there is no quotation like that, please, Mazi. Go on, Mazi. I want to put something right.
Well, thank you very much. We have set this rule from the beginning. No misrepresentation of facts, no misinformation. If you do that, you are going to be muted or removed. Please. If you know that is what you are here for, just know that we also reserve the right to remove you. Please. Where this is an opportunity for all of us, everybody, to be able to interact. Share your mind honestly and factually as you can, as factually as you can. No gaslighting, no misrepresentation of facts, please. So, Wins, if you want to continue with what is factual, please do. If not, if you continue on this tangent, I'm going to have to remove you, please. Thank you. Unmute
I
yourself
want
and
to
speak.
thank you. Okay, thank you, my brothers. I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak or and also ask my question, even though I am not a member. The question I ask is from a place of concern and love because I have one feeble in Awata. I have the audio. If you guys are still doubting me, give me the opportunity, I will play it. Thank you and God bless you all.
Like Mazi Jonathan said, unless you will have enough time to listen to the entirety of the program, we are not going to listen to half the program. But we can tell you for a fact that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has never or will never order the security, the ESN to kill our mothers and our fathers, whom we are fighting to defend. No. But you see, when people come here and raise issues, right or wrong, and then follow it with the phrase, is that the kind of freedom you people are fighting for? It speaks to their actual eternal belief. It speaks to the mischievousness of their intentions, because that does not show honesty for you to phrase or to conclude with that.
For cutting you. Well, you continue, please. Like what you said, let me tell you something. Let me say something. There are people that are honestly deceived with this type of propaganda. There are people that are honestly, they are ignorant. You know, just like this our brother wants to play. He say he have this a clip. Maybe it's 1 minute clip. Maybe it's 30 seconds. There are maybe he is innocently believing that this is what this man said, because you know many of our people are ignorant. That is why one of the reasons why even this airspace is being created, so that facts like this will be, will be explained to people. Because our people, many people, what they want to hear is gossip. Only oh, what do they say? And there are manipulations everywhere, everywhere, by the government, by people, by politicians. There are manipulations to get what they want, for you to believe what they want you to believe. These are the manipulations. So, sometimes it might not be mischief on his own part. Honestly speaking, there are people that are here to make it clear. That is why we are open. Only when now you continue going, there is a when you see somebody speaking with mischief going, you will know. But there are people that are honestly ignorant. So that is what I want to chip in. Go on, please, Mazi. Go on.
If anybody,
Yes, Mazi, Mazi Aku Keria, his hand has been up, so I think we should give him the opportunity. Yeah, Okeria.
Okeria, please speak. I think Win has dropped. Win, if you are still there, please request again. I can't find you. If you are still there, request again. I cannot find you. Please, Mazi
Good,
Akukaria, I don't know if you're
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead, please.
Good evening, Biafrans. The topic why we demand self-determination is self-determination legitimate? Yes. It's a good topic, but for me, one of the biggest obstacle we have are Igbo people, like the last guy who says his name is Benjamin.
Mazi, but my brother, please, a moment, please. Kindly speak your own conviction. Do not attack the opinion of another person. I plead with you, please. We want to keep this civil. We want to keep this fair. Everybody has a right to his opinion or his perception. Let us accord them that privilege, please.
Okay. I will not mention his name, but I'm saying we have a problem with people, Igbo people who know the truth, who spread this lie of IPOB killing our people. It is a problem on this social media app, and we shouldn't ignore it. We have a situation whereby you have someone who wants to use half-truths to peddle lies against IPOB, and they say they are Igbo people. You come Nnamdi Kanu hosts 3, 4, 5 hours session, and you cut out a 1 minute clip, and you say, and you use it to lie, and you say you are an Igbo person. The one came and said, you are picking up arms against the state. And when he was pushed to say, so sitting and in your own territory, these people want what is happening in Benue State to happen in our land before they understand what is happening. Igbo land is bordered with Benue State. In 2025, you have Igbo people open up space to tell you that IPOB,
some part of Benue State is Igbo land also.
is
And
Igbo land.
people
Sorry,
that are
I
being
need to say,
killed in Benue is Igbo people. They are Igbo people. Forget about that.
yeah, Igbo people. That will be, is it to be local government also? You know? So how if we have people who are deliberately pushing lies, and is this how Igbo people behave? These people are causing problem on this S app. I spoke to our leader. I'm an ardent follower of. See, in South Africa, I took oath with Chukwu as far back as 2014. So I'm not playing. 2014 is 11 years ago. When I called Chukwu, if you are an IPOB member, you know what I'm saying. So I followed every broadcast of our leader before the Radio Biafra was even got their own app, and before we used to listen on tuning and streamer. So our leader is not someone who can come and say kill someone. We don't kill. Man can do. He taught us all those things. But you see where people go and cut out 30 seconds clip of 6 hours program. So this is also an issue. We should tackle it. How do we tackle it? Should be what another thing we should be discussing. So that's why I pick up the mic. I'm not happy what's happening. Amnesty International is releasing.
Mazi, you have made your point. Let me say something here, please.
Amnesty International.
Mazi, please listen. Just 1 second. We are not here to antagonize. Mazi, said something. There are people that are extremists, and they have their reason, could be rightly so. But this space is not here to antagonize. We open it. That is why, if you cannot contain your anger, please, you better don't come off to make statements. Here we even want Fulani to come to join, to come and speak. We want these debates. We want to understand why why do people like the situation Nigeria is? Is it that the people love it? You know, is it that people love? I'm not talking of politicians, so just like Amechi, Chibika Amechi, what he said Nigerians are the most docile people on earth he has seen, and rightly so. So we want people to come out to speak. So that's why, please don't attack individual. Let it be. Don't attack. Don't raise your anger. No, here is not exclusively for IPOB. Please, so that I want you to be guided in what you're saying. We are just starting. We will see people. You will see people. What people will, that thing they are talking outside. I want people. Let them bring it in. Let them speak, so that we can also debate with them and have a conversation. That is it. It is difficult, but it's not impossible. So please, when you are going annoyed, don't go over. Please, please. There we go.
No, I've made my point. I yield. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. The Mazi Obasi. I don't know. I saw that Mazi Ikem Patrick's hands is up. I don't know if he's going to speak. Please, Mazi Ikem Patrick. I know you're supposed to be on the co-host session, so please you make it very brief so that we can give Mazi Chibueze to take up the mic after you, and after that, Mazi Bube Israel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Maz. I'm supposed to be in the part of the co-host. I believe that if I didn't make it on this section, I will make it on the next section. But there is something I want to point out very, very clearly here. I personally like to be sincere to myself. I personally like to be sincere, especially when I say, okay, we want to open a conversation. If we want to open a conversation, we must be sincere in our conversation. If we really want to open a conversation, we must admit where we make mistakes and take responsibilities. IPOB is big enough to take its responsibilities and deal with them. I have seen so many of our people here who, have made their positions sometimes based on their own understanding. Not everybody actually understands IPOB. There are a lot of people who love IPOB, but they are just watching from a distance, sitting on the fence. And I believe that before everybody come here to join us to make their views known, there is some level of interest, because you do not go where you are not interested in. So for me, for the fact that we have anti-IPOB individuals in our midst also shows that they have interest in what we are doing. And for us to be able to assuage their understanding and their feelings, we must be open and transparent. And we must also admit that we have not been perfect as an organization. We have not been perfect as a people. We have also made our mistakes in the course of our agitation. We must take all these things into cognizance. I don't want to see us be on the path of just defending ourselves, trying to make it look as if we've not made mistakes. Obviously, we have. And it is part of the agitation. Because in an agitation like the one we have in IPOB, without mistakes, there is no room for improvement. Now, I want to come to the issue of rhetorics, as alleged and as also pointed out. There is no doubt that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have made certain rhetorics that are not, favorable, or that seem annoying,
that seem unfair and that seem provocative. But before somebody reacts, there must be an action behind it. Somebody, no normal person comes out to make rhetorics just for the sake of making those rhetorics, or make provocative statements. In some Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brokers, I've also wondered, why is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu overreacting and reacting to issues the way he did? And I come to the conclusion that every rhetoric that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made on broadcast, on live, or whatever, were as a result of situations, circumstances that required such reaction. We must take that into cognizance. And most of the rhetorics or most of the statement Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made in some of his broadcasts might sound offensive, but we cannot just look at those statements, but the intentions. The intention. Because somebody might make a statement with the intention of protecting his own people. Somebody might make an offensive statement because he sees danger ahead. Somebody can make a provocative statement because he sees a danger that his people are not seeing. You know, so we cannot say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu haven't said certain things that were offensive. But what are the intentions behind these statements? And I can tell you categorically clear that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu intention had always been for the protection of his people. Even when he talked provocatively, even when he talked offensively, it is all for the interest of his people, because he understands that our people are too stubborn, that if you cannot speak in certain tones, they can never take certain issues seriously. So when it comes to the issue of rhetorics of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in many occasions, he did and said certain things for the interest and the protection of our people. You know, so we must admit that certain things and certain statements of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu might be offensive, might be provocative, but we must not put the intention behind and just look at the statement alone. The intention of your actions are very, very also important. Even in law, intentions are also put forward, even in law. So it is very, very important that we continue to point out that yes, there must have been certain provocations, provocative statements, certain rhetoric that do not augur well, but the intention should be put into consideration. And the intention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his demonstration over the years in the guiding of IPOB and in the directing of our people is to make sure that he put our people in harm's way. That is where I want to. And besides, we shouldn't deviate from the original topic of our discussion. We must stick to it. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you meant to say that his intention was to put, not arm's way. Important will make that, it will clarify that, because of those who are listening. You made it very clear. You know, he who wears the shoes know where it pinches. So, yes, Mazi, thank you. Mazi Chibueze, you can unmute yourself and...
Yeah, good evening, Biafrans. I hope I'm coming out clear. Good evening, listeners from all over the world. I believe I will just stick to the space topic because I believe that the opinions or questions raised by the dissent, they've all been properly treated by earlier speakers. Now to the issue of why we demand for self-governance or why we movement of self-determination. I think it has, for me, it has both historical, cultural, and political dimensions. If you look at our region or our people, the Igbo people or the Biafran people, they are actually egalitarian people that have, a society that is rooted in a culture that is value-based, merit-based. So I think that given Nigeria of today or how Nigeria was the foundation of Nigeria, it's not proper to be in a country where quota system is worshipped or preferred over merit-based system. And if you look at how politically the Eastern region, which is a former Biafran Republic before the genocidal war, or the Biafran Republic, which is formerly Eastern region before the genocidal war, under the leadership of Michael Honoka Obara, the Eastern region was topping every HDI, Human Development Index. So that tells you that we were competing very well with other, regions of the world. But if you look at the politics of that era, you discover that there was autonomy. We have confederacy. But the political reality of today is such that being part of this British contraption is actually an existential threat. So there is no way that we are going to not demand our freedom. We want our freedom because we want to be able to be in charge of our destiny. So yes, that is why we demand self-governance. We want to control our resources. We don't want anybody coming from thousands of miles, then imposing a redundant or incompetent person over us as a leader, and then have control of our resources. Like they are building refinery now in Morocco, and they are going to channel a pipeline from our Biafra land to pipe our oil and gas.
15 seconds to round up, please. Thank you.
So that's it. That's my take on that. So as to whether self-determination is legitimate, yes, it is legitimate and it's our right. There is a reason why Nigeria is the only place where IPOB is proscribed. It is because Nigeria is a country that is lawless. And that is my take. Thank you.
Mazi, can we have CZ eyes and after him Osinachi so that we can accommodate more speakers? Mazi Obasi.
Okay. Yeah. I think Osinachi was okay. Anyone can go first.
Yeah.
CZ eyes. Please, once you have 30 seconds left, you are going to hear the bell. Just know you have 30 seconds left. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all for giving me the mic and the opportunity to speak. I'm so happy to be among you all, my fellow Biafrans and other lovers of freedom. Everyone on the speakers row and on the listeners row, I greet you all. I'm happy for this space that you guys are hosting. I think is a good one, is a good development, and I want to be seeing this kind of spaces on topics that are related to our Biafra struggle henceforth. So on the issue, on the question, the topic, why we demand for self-governance, whether self-determination is legitimate. Everybody knows that self-determination is legitimate, is our right, is our inalienable right. Do you understand? Because if you check the current situation of Nigeria, the amalgamation of Nigeria from the north and the south by Lord Lugard is like a mixture of water and oil. There are two liquids. Water is a liquid, oil is a liquid. When you mix the two liquids together, they cannot blend together, no matter how you try. No matter how you try, if you like practice it now, the two cannot blend together because their properties are not the same. It's just like us and the north, the Fuda north. We, the Biafrans, we are confederate in nature, we are republican in nature, we are, egalitarian in nature. when you compare us with the others in the north. So we cannot, even the way they reason, the way they view the world, their way of life and everything is not cannot blend with us. That's why you see Nigeria today. No, there's nothing good to write home about. After 100 years since the amalgamation, more than 100 years since the amalgamation, there's nothing good to write about. If you check this country now, every day you see bad news, killings everywhere, killings in Zamfara, killings in Sokoto, Benue State, Plateau State. If you go to Yoruba land, killings, and they are also infiltrating to our land. So uh, IPOB was found by our leader to make sure that we, the Biafrans, are, we are separated from this contraption, because Nigeria is indeed a contraption. And that is why you see that Nigeria is a very lawless place. That is why they are keeping our leader in detention, solitary confinement for that matter. Solitary has committed no offense. See their court outing, all of their evidence, no evidence. They checked his bag at the hotel, no evidence to incriminate him. But this man has been in solitary confinement for years because they know that he has come to do the undo, because they were not expecting it. That's why they are going against the law, keeping him in detention, bringing down their foot soldiers, the Fulani men, their terrorists. They have even entered my state, Imo State. Look at what happened the other day in Owerri, where they killed some people. So as you can see, they are making sure that they are using this opportunity to bring down their terrorists to our land, to decimate us. But in conclusion, self-determination is our legitimate right, and we have the right to demand for it. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to be dropping few of you to allow others to speak. So, yes, go ahead, Osinachi.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have 3 things to say, and I hope I just rush through. Time is up. The first is that I want to doff my cap for this, for IPOB as an organization. In fact, this is my first time of joining, and it seems to me that this is all what I've been looking for. This is a group that allows questions. This is a group that is self-refining, a group that does not believe in.
Can you position yourself very well, please? Can you position yourself very well, please? Your audio is breaking, please. Thank you.
Is it better now?
I should think so. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I said I want to begin by saying that I'm grateful for this opportunity. But even in addition, I want to thank the organizers of this group and the way that it is run. This is my first time of joining the group, and it seems to me that this is all I've been looking for. A group that does not just want people to come in and praise them. A group that is self-refining. A group that entertains questions. This is an intellectual group. And I want to say that it seems to me that even in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that IPOB has maintained its integrity to educate people, has kept to its to reference to history, and to allowing opinions, to sampling opinions, and then to use the opportunity to teach those that do not know. Like Malcolm will say, you welcome friends and welcome enemies. That is a group that is open to growth, because you can't keep within the number of persons that began a movement. If you don't entertain, there are those who would begin as enemies, but over time, by listening and by coming to such places as this space, they come to the understanding that no, this isn't actually what I thought about. Biafrans. I'm having
at the appropriate time. The numbers to call are the UK country code +44 78 177 96032. The numbers to send your WhatsApp message to requesting a link to be part of us tonight. I take it once again, +44 781 77 96032, and I will send you the link to join us at the right time. But for the time being, let me most gladly welcome back Ezebo Muchineke to this program, and for the very first time on our program, our formidable Southeast Regional Coordinator. So we roll from the South. Ichie, unmute and introduce yourself to great Biafrans, our wonderful listeners across the globe.
I greet you, everyone.
Ichie Okobianyo first, and then Mazi, after Ichie Okobianyo, you'll be Ichie Ezokubundo. Sorry, my apologies, there are two Ichies. But for the very first time, today is Ichie Okobianyo.
Thank you very much, Onyisindewo. Great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. I thank you for coming out. My name still remains Ichioku Obiano. I am from Ogidi. Ogidi is in Biafra land. By the special grace of Elohim, I am a servant of this great movement as Southeast Regional Coordinator, London. Thank you. I'm so pleased to be in this program tonight, and I appreciate each and every one of us here. Ndewo n'ụmụ Chineke.
Ndewo ezigbo nwa Chineke. Ichie Ezokubundo.
Thank you so much. And good evening, everyone. Good evening, listeners. Good evening, Biafrans, and good evening, lovers of freedom. And good evening, my fellow panelists, as well as our host, Mazi Alozie. Like I say, everyone, stay glued to your listening devices. Good evening. This evening, my name is Mazi Ibe. I am from Ogu, in Enugu province of Biafra land, and I'm the coordinator of Brighton, IPOB Brighton coordinator. Thank you.
Another Ichie is also here. He doesn't always like to identify as the chair, but he is one. Mwachineke, Ndewo, mute and introduce yourself. Reintroduce, rather.
Ndewo, Nisi. Mazi Nazi Mokoro, Ndewo. Biafrans all over the world, say you're welcome to this episode. We are happy to be here, and we are happy that you have tuned in to listen to what we have to say today to rock together. My name is Mazi Afungukeje. I hail from Squatter, Old Bende, Biafra land. By the special grace of Chukwukika, one of the servants of this great movement, the IPOB worldwide. I reside within the Midlands as a coordinator of this great movement in Milton Keynes. You are highly welcome. May Chukwukika lead us through this program. Before I forget, please, I want to acknowledge as well our host, Mazi Alos here, for his great work. Ndewo, sir, for what you do for your country. Ndewo.
I just to report that we have another member of the panel, is a large one tonight. Mazi Chief Lodoke Ibokwe. And when he comes in, he will reintroduce himself. But I know for sure that he's been on the program a couple of times. And something just struck me very uniquely about this panel tonight. We are covering all the geographical dimensions of Biafra land, Igbo land in particular. In the current contraption configuration where they use state, remember in Biafra we don't use state or local government area. This panel covers Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo. So we are Aizuru, Keme, and we are talking about engaging our communities and mobilizing them. So you can't get a better deal. And that is exactly how our national teams, that's what we prefer. I don't like the word committee in liberation movement. Our national teams are well geographically spread across the UK regions, across the provinces of Biafra land, making sure that we touch all bases. We are very intentional and meticulous. It's not blowing our own trumpet. In the last 3 years plus, we have done a great work underlined. And we will continue to do. It's not El Dorado, but that's it, Odiken and Gomer. So I want to thank these panelists and indeed all Ezebo Muchineke in the United Kingdom who bring out their whole hearts to work assiduously, honestly, truthfully for the restoration of Biafra. And why I enjoin those who, you know me, I always say that I don't believe in one leg in, one leg out, because that leg that is in will cut it so that you fall out. But anyone who is walking without the right spirit or doing inside job within us, I always beg you, urge you in the name of Chukokabia Mandi, in the name of our forebears, to repent, reflect, and retract. If you don't, the spirit of Biafra will strike. It's non-negotiable. I am not begging you. I am humbly asking you and tasking you to do the needful. And also, let me congratulate Mazi Chukwemeka Alozie and Dr. Tina Eberechukwu and all our team in IPOB United States family for their wonderful ESN fundraising last night. I was in Liverpool, Manchester. In fact, I was in Preston, Manchester, and Liverpool yesterday. Came back to my base today, where we did a great community engagement and mobilization activity. At the high point being in Liverpool, where the Igbo Community Association Liverpool, ICAL for short, celebrated their 90th anniversary. It is the oldest Igbo union or community association in Europe, if not the whole world. Formed in 1935, and we also know the historic importance of Liverpool. If you don't know, Google it. As far as our people are concerned, right from the evil days of slavery to even the genocide period, and very, earlier part of the 20th century, and it continues to play a pivotal role. There is an Igbo house in Liverpool, one of the only very few in the whole of Europe. When they call it an Igbo house, it's a mansion, it's a ginormous edifice that needs a lot of renovation. I think the last time the quote for the renovation runs in millions of pounds. And we had also made some effort to see whether it can be renamed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu House. I'm just giving a tip of the iceberg, and that process is still on. That's partly one of the private meetings I had last night with the leadership of our community in Liverpool. It's a great place for our people to come home. And there are still a large number of our people that were sold out to slavery, their descendants, who today own businesses and property in Liverpool, that we need to reach out to. Yesterday was marvelous. One lady, by color skin, you call her white, but obviously she's a Biafran in spirit, carried our flag around the whole field because it was an outdoor like IFAC event, running around the whole place, belling all hail Biafra. I must commend Mazi, Mike Majago, our able, formidable Northwest Regional Coordinator and Zonal Coordinator for Liverpool, for the great work of even mobilizing our people. I was with him. He picked me up from Manchester, and we drove around picking our people up, our principal officers, so that we are able to have a good, powerful delegation at that event. It was awesome. Mazi Majago, I thank you, and your team continue to do the wonderful work. Those are part of the things we want to discuss tonight, and how we can do more. There is no better activity that encompasses or encapsulates the spirit of Biafra restoration more than community engagement and mobilization, more than evangelism, because that is the true awareness, that is the information dissemination, that is the education, that is the enlightenment in practice. It is not theory. This is doing the hard work, walking the walk. Here on the radio, we're talking the talk. In our meetings and other places, we gather in a close town hall or lecture hall. He's talking the talk. Talk is cheap. He's actually walking the walk. That's the real deal. And I commend all these all over the world who take the burden and the pen to move out there in the field, look people in the eye, eyeball to eyeball, and tell them, you're a Biafran, you need to support Biafra restoration, and Biafra has come with you. That is exactly the message we've been ramming home. We are unrelenting, we are relentless, and we must continue. We move, and we cannot be moved. So, Muchineke, that's a long preamble from me, but a very necessary one. Let's now go into the nitty-gritty. First, let's talk about Oyendu, our great leader, Nnamdi Kanu. As you heard in our news piece today, more and more people and groups are now calling for Oyendu's immediate release. The latest is the National Association of Nigerian Students, my own great movement. I was, in my time, 1995-96, the first vice president of NANS, known as the Vice President National Affairs. It was me. We were those who went to meet Abacha one-on-one and told him to his face, he needs to restore the democracy and get out of Asarok. He didn't like it. I was haunted. I was frustrated. But that is due for you. So I'm glad that my old NANS has finally, I must say, because since our time we left, I'm not saying we are messiahs, but we had some discipline and principle. Thank God we still uphold it till today. NANS was no nonsense. The likes of Showore, Mayegu, and the rest of other comrades that we all were NANS officials still hold that fire in us. For truth, for justice, for equity, for fairness, for democracy, and for good governance. For the betterment of our people, for welfare, and for good causes. So NANS has come in now to say, enough is enough. President of NANS clearly stated that the association, the whole Nigerian students, cannot understand why Nnamdi Kanu is being held. There are many other groups, but this particular student group used to be very powerful, brings down a government, brings down anything that is not criminal. So it is important that we talk about it a little bit before we go into the main thing. Omuchineke, I will say we take our turns, but first, he had just joined us. I just talked about him a little bit. Chief Lord Okei Ibokwe. Ezibomwa Chineke, kindly reintroduce yourself to great Biafrans and our wonderful listeners, and then you can start the sample by talking about more groups now joining the core of Onyendu's is what is the implication of this renewed solidarity across regions, across borders for Onyendu's is. Ndewo nwa Chineke.
Ndewo Chineke Mazi, nice work for the national coordinator. Ndewo Chineke all over the world. My name is Odoke Ibokwe. I am from Ikeduru in Imo province in Biafra land. Currently, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the head of community mobilization and engagement of IPOB UK. Actually, the community mobilization and engagement team, we have done quite well within the community. In fact, as you all know, the community mobilization and engagement is the engine head of this great movement. And when the UK executive headed by Chief Nice Nwokoro took over the mantle of leadership of UK, one of the first things he did was to create teams. And those teams was one of them is community mobilization and engagement, because he saw the need for this great movement, has in engaging communities and also engaging with people within the community. This group was formed and headed with some other co-team members like Mazi, and so many of them who has been very helpful in pushing this great team. And we have actually done well within the community. Since the administration took over from the previous leadership of IPOB, we have been to counties, we have been to everywhere, and some of the places we have visited is really quite huge, which are very numerous to mention here. We have traveled to various counties, far and wide, evangelizing, trying to engage with people within the community who has lost faith in the movement, and also people who don't understand what we are doing. There are so many people who are very much confused about what we stand for and what we are fighting for. But from the engagements we have had within the community, like the Obako event, which we attended in far up north, so many Ohanese events which we have attended as a group of team. We've been to even Oxford over the years, the Oxford University, when we engaged Governor Hope Uzodinma with the award they wanted to give him in the university. Well, a lot of them, but the most recent one we did was the Ipob Festival of Arts. We participated. It's on record that we have participated in the Ipob Festival of Arts and Culture for good 10 years at IPOB. There's no year of that event that IPOB has never participated. We have seen a great impact. These whole events that we have attended within the past years has done, which is the positive impact it has created within the community.
those who have lost faith in IPOB, those who don't understand us, those who have called us all sorts of names, try to think that we are this, we are terrorists, we are that. Most of them now are talking something different from what they used to say. So we have seen many of them, some of you, some of the people who must have been in forums within the UK here will understand that within the previous years of this great movement, there are many people didn't, support us. If you put anything about IPOB in the forum, you see somebody coming out to challenge you and ask you to move those things. So part of the impact this movement has done is that people are beginning to accept us as part of them. And, they've also understood that we are actually fighting for people and not just for our own selves. So it has actually created a good impact. And that is why some people are trying to make sure that the team did not succeed. We have had a lot of battles going on, even within the IPOB team groups, fighting this great team because they know that the team is really the engine room. In fact, it supersedes every other team, of IPOB or any other group within the UK here. You can call for a lecture or whatever thing you might call in a hotel hall or something, but that particular team is what everybody is looking up to today within our community. There are so many things we have done. Before we used to, pay to attend some of these events of Ndibo within our community. We paid to attend some of them, more especially when we attended Obako Ndibo in up north last year. We had so many meetings with the leadership of those groups, including IFAC, to make sure that, they don't collect money from us again. Some of the money they paid to attend some of these events are very huge. It's over or close to £1,000. But with the help of the National Coordinator, Chief Nice Walker, we managed to engage them and make them to understand that, we are a nation and there's no way they can collect money from IPOB that is standing today as a nation, and then we will now use that as money to put into communities of indigenous people of Biafra, Biafra. So at some point, even as at today, they do no longer collect money from us. So some of these things are free, so they allow us to come and then we participated. So, for example, I can refer you to the last Ipob Festival of Arts and Culture, which many of us attended. We could see it in the faces of those who attended that event that, they were happy when IPOB were doing their procession. A lot of people came out from their canopies, chanting, holding our flags, and, joining us in, doing our procession. These are things that has never been happening before within the IPOB. So I will stop at this point while waiting for any other question that may come from the audience. Thank you. You've laid a very, very solid background for all of us, the panelists, to come in and discuss. Mazi, or rather, let me go to, yes, Mazi, because we're coming up from south, walk up as usual. Just to what I said earlier in the intro, what is your take on National Association of Nigerian Students finally, capital and underline, coming out to call out the Zoo government and asking Tinubu to release Onyendu ASAP. In their own words, the students have spoken. They cannot understand what Nnamdi Kanu is being held for 4 years, even when the courts have declared him discharged and acquitted. We are waiting the no case submission, decision, or judgment from James Omotosho, which I'm still baffled today why there was such an adjournment for this long length in time till October 10. But finally, the students have spoken, as I said, in our days. And in the insane climes, when national student body speak, the earth quakes and the government listen and react. So what's your take here, Mazi?
Thank you so much. Anyone who actually has their brains in its right place must have known long time ago that it was just a matter of time before this calls for the immediate release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, would start, showering in the way they are happening now. It's not only the NAS that has made this call. We've had so many bodies that that made these calls in the past, including the UN group and the rest of them. Remember, don't forget that one of the focal point that energizes this cause is that the courts, all the court decisions, the Nigerian court decisions that have discharged or let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free or set him free, that upon that, or even upon this, that the government, the central government, has refused to obey these orders. One thing we must not forget is that the NANS, when NANS was NANS, let me put it that way, they were a huge force when it comes to national mobilization or making things happen in Nigeria. But like we all know, like a successive government, they come in, they remove one feather, some feathers from the flying wing of the body. And the successive government kept doing that. They kept on weakening the body. But you see that from time to time, NANS, rejuvenates itself and retakes its shapes and strength. So in recent times, that is the shape and form which NANS took in recent times. And they started making things happen again. So I'm not surprised at the call they are making now, which I know is a very forceful call that they just put forward. Like you said, you say because as a NANS executive, like you made us understand here, one of the people that, one of the NANS executives that went to Abacha and all that, NANS has always been a body that, and they forced to reckon with at all times. So I'm not surprised. The call they're making now is actually in its right place and a good call. And like I said in the beginning, there are other several bodies, individuals and bodies who have made the same calls. But Ndi Igbo na-asị na ọnwụ na-egbu nwa nkịta na-asị ya eme ya ọda anụ nchichi. All these calls are piling up and heaping up. We know the zoo being the zoo, ọnwụ ga-egbu ha, emekwa ha ama anụ nchichi. Let me keep on moving, Yes. So I will leave it here for now. Thank you. We move and we cannot be moved. Onyendu must be released. Whether the enemy likes it or not, whether the devil likes it or not, it is written in the stars. And we are working hard to sanitize our house for the master.
our great leader, Nnamdi Kanu's homecoming. That is what IPOB UK declared last year, and that is why 2025 is our year of positive transformation. Some hard calls will be made, positive changes must be made, and no Jupiter will stop us. So, Ichio Kobe, I now come to you. You may also react to the call for Yendo release by Nance and others if you may. But I also want to thank you, like I did at the intro, for the wonderful job you and your Southeast Regional principal officers and members do in community engagement evangelism. What is your take on evangelism and why is it so crucial to what we are doing? Ichie.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate each and every one of us. Evangelism is the key. Evangelism is very, very important to what we are doing to restore the sovereignty of our nation. Because without information, as they rightly say, that information is the key. So that is why I said evangelism is the key. To evangelize and let the people know, and also be prepared for the restoration of our sovereign nation, which is Biafra. So the importance of evangelism is very, very important, because I take that in a very serious terms, that last IFAC and other evangelism that we have gone into quite successfully, the IFAC one that we just finished recently as one of the key members of that organization, which is Lord Bukwe, has said it here, and he has said it all. When we marched out on that day, it was very, very hopeful. It was very, very successful, to say. At the same time, people really key into what we are doing. You can see all these Indians and also the cheer. They come out in mass with very proud and open-hearted an open heart to embrace what we are doing. And we have a lot of encouragement there, that so many of them come to us and said, keep it up. What we are doing, they are totally in support of what we are doing. That shows that evangelism is one of the key points for our restoration. So also in the issue of letting our people understand the key point of our agitation concerning our able leader, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, our spring leader. He has taught us a lot of things. He said to us that consistency is the key. And I believe that we are consistent in what we're doing. Thank you.
And there was Chineke. You nailed it there. The soul of evangelism is information, provision, and dissemination to dispel and debunk misinformation and disinformation. Without information, there is no education. Without information, there is no knowledge. Without information, there is no awareness. So that information, like I said, we did in Liverpool yesterday and also in Preston. I was at an event in Preston, even though it's a private event. I've always preached this principle that everywhere you are, any occasion you find yourself, even if it's a private event, like I did in Preston, it was a wedding, but it was a wedding of a Biafran. The groom is named, my namesake, Ike Chuku. Onyendu said that is the reason why we are called Chuku. Ike Chuku, Oge Chuku, Uche Chuku, and everything. That is a reason. The bride is Olu Chuku, who is daughter of my very close friend and housemate in the university back home. So, but I still went there evangelizing. One man riot squad until somebody else joined me. I tried to, myself and Mazi Mojago, we tried to get the Preston family to show up. Because there and then, as I said, the harvest is indeed ripe and great, but the laborers are few. Thankfully, I had some flyers, and I made sure that key people there got the flyers. There were even IPOB family members who used to contribute a lot to ESN, but who had backslided since the criminal epidemic came in, who I met there from different zones in the UK. And we had an important discussion. While the people were marrying, I was busy evangelizing. One man riot squad evangelism. And that's how we roll. Every moment is momentous. Every occasion, we must seize the opportunity to preach Biafra and Biafra restoration. And that is the job that the whole IPOB UK cabinet and all the national teams do. I must emphasize that the national team on community engagement and mobilization is just the arrowhead for planning and organization. And we will come to that with Lord okay. That will give us the roster or timetable or the strategy of events that we need to target. And no matter where it is, we will take the pens. It costs a lot. I know how much I spent this last week to physically be present in places. I would have been in Nottingham now, but I have to empower our people who are there now. They are still there doing the needful. So, Wachineke, you really nailed it there. I'll come to you, Mazi KJ, because you are one of the pillars of evangelism in the United Kingdom. And you did not start it with just this current UK leadership that is under my humble stewardship. I've known you. You've been from day one. And some people don't know. Like some people used to think that I'm new to IPOB and I laugh. Some of us are the silent observers. I met Nnamdi Kanu first time back end of 2011. By then, he hasn't even formed the IPOB. When we went to see our eternal leader in hospital in London. And then Nnamdi was waiting for us we were in to see him first before he was waiting. We had some talk. I will direct his history, just leave it like that. And I've been following IPOB when it started, observing. And by the way, there is observer status in IPOB. It's recognized. People enjoying us, and for a moment, it takes time to observe before they make that conscious decision to become family members. The only thing we need to do is to manage our information with observers, because there is nothing that is, informations are in layers and classified. So if you're trained and disciplined, you know how to manage information. So part of evangelism is also to get people in, because our people are champions in criticism. Don't expect, like I said, don't expect that whoever you preach to today, like we did in Liverpool, Preston, Manchester, Nottingham this weekend, in the last 36 hours, that everybody will agree with immediately and jump in the line with you. No chance. Our people love titles and education, which is not a bad thing. We will, every book in this world we read, every academic qualification we want to get it. So you are speaking to people who have invested many years of their life pursuing academics, etc. They have acquired titles like doctor, professor, this and that, and they are looking at you. Remember, they used to call IPOB miscreants, and they are looking at you as a magical chalk. So what are you telling me? So you have to be strategic. You have to be subtle. You have to be sensible to carry out evangelism. So, Mazi Keji, I've laid this background because you are an epitome, you are a champion, I have to say that on air, when it comes to evangelism. You do the one-man riot one, as I just mentioned, more than me, and you're doing it from ages. So, what is community engagement, or in your thinking? I want you to break it down for Biafrans and great listeners, and how does such activity help to mobilize our people, both internally and externally?
There was Walker for your tenacity, for your consistency, and for pointing to the point. From the moment you came on board in IPOB, you've brought something unique. For people like me, I'm quick to see what is helpful and what is needed, and to give it every support to make sure that it works. That's just the same way I came into IPOB in 2014. As you said, we all started as observers. Even before I joined IPOB, I was paying my monthly dues. Sometimes in 6 months ahead, 1 year ahead. It has not been easy. I've always supported IPOB even before I joined. But it's the grace of God, because something unique, something about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is that you may say the same thing he says, but the effect cannot be the same. Because he's a man on a mission and he has the word. Thank goodness we have all been lectured and tutored. And the spirit of Biafra is alive in us. So we move, and we cannot be moved. Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have shown us that consistency is the key. By the way, let us retrace our steps and look at IPOB as a body. IPOB is a grass movement. It's a freedom movement that focus and go with those from the bottom up. Having said that, when you see freedom movement that recognizes the need to get the grassroots first, you will see that what they do and how they do it is very unique. It's quite different from what you call maybe the elite, the limited elite struggle. We have few people who consider themselves learned, meet and brainstorm. There's nothing bad about it. But what we are doing without grass movement, it can't work. It's not about writing petitions. It's not about locking ourselves in one room and be talking to ourselves. No. You have to hit the street when it's needed. You have to come out. You have to face the battle squarely. The previous speakers whom Chineke have liberated all we do in the United Kingdom. We never shy away when the need arises. We take the battle out there because there's no other way of doing it. You know, onye ndị Igbo na-asị, o nwere ka esi eme ya. Onye ndu si onwe ka esi eme ya. Otu anyị si eme ya wụ n'Igbo esi eme ya. Even if we learn from the freedom movement of the Indians led by Nnamdi Kanu, you see that it was a grassroots movement. But what makes it to be successful? Because without mobilization, you cannot, if you cannot mobilize the grassroots, you are like a lame dog. You can speak all the English you want. But if you don't till the soil, if the grass if the roots or the people at the grassroots do not move, nothing will change. And what is unique about IPOB and the mobilization and engagement team, IPOB is synonymous to grassroots movement. Grassroots movement is synonymous to the engagement we do. The three are the same. So any other thing or any other way you try to package it is actually self-defective. When we go to places, and thank goodness, most of us here, like our national leader, Masumokoro rightly said, he was a student leader. I happen to represent my school as well, my institution. That's far back in 1986. And then that was during the IBB regime. We are camped in where they call the Sherry Hills, Man No War Training Base, Plateau State, for 7 days. We know what happened. But that is when the student union represents the interest of the masses. That was when the student union are not being overtaken by the rogue politicians, using them now as hitmen and so forth and so on. So it's a very good news that we had the student union of the zoo as are working to their responsibility. So it's similar, you see, if not for the engagement, the grassroots engagement IPOB did, and our leader, the person did, he went around Biafra land, even against every odds. So when we talk about the movement, the community engagement, the Hausa people say, the Sariki that is walking along the street without the people he governs is a Sariki Banza. If you do not apply community engagement to get the people and the root, and you just meet and speak big English and whatever, those things you do, they are very right. You can have proper ambassador. Yes, you can publish books, you can, but that is for when we have gotten what we are looking for. When we have gotten, because people are, you know, saying, I want to create a Junaya, no, if they do man, that's when I not eri. What can man, I want to get it then, no, or you are now, you cannot eri. So there's no way we can get our freedom without engaging the people we are fighting for to be part of what we do. Because community engagement, that is the way, that is the transporter, that is the only way you can get the people to be involved and massively involved. IPOB, when we call the Biafra land, for instance, in that one, without the mobilization we have done already, we can't make us such good success. So that's why, at this point in time, we have to be very careful so that the good work we've done in the past is not watered down by the way we approach things. We must continue to resist in what we know that works until we get to Biafra land. We are all in the UK, we are United Kingdom, we are US, we are all over the world. We love knowledge, yes. Your knowledge, we need them to the service of the nation. But we cannot deceive ourselves with this our elitism and the way we think no one causes a man. There's no other way to do it. IPOB is synonymous to community engagement, and community engagement is inseparable from IPOB. We must continue to meet our people wherever they gather. We must continue to impress them. We must continue to encourage
encourage them.
In their bedrooms.
Even in their bedrooms, you know what to say. Even with the African salad, I thought we preach upon it. You know, I come other way to the game, we preach upon it.
Manolo
Oka. Ana m ebu biggest flag in North Oka. We have a North Oka. Exactly. We went around the cathedrals.
We spoke to the bishops.
Exactly. We went to the what do you call it? The head of Anglican Church. Yeah.
We wrote even the Pope.
We wrote to them. We wrote. We go to the cathedral. They know we have a new case, and most of our people, even those who are not IPOB, when we met them at the cathedrals, some of them were shocked what we have come here to do. But they calmed down when they saw how orderly we were and how they welcome us. You know, when it comes to even worship, we worship as them all. When it comes to what they do, we are pure. We are pure. We don't pretend about it. We don't pretend about it. And that is because Onye taught us well. We must continue to do what works. If this work in the zoo, they would have seen the difference. But nothing works there. So IPOB will have come a long way and will continue to do and remain focused. And all other please support what we're doing and let us so that we don't waste punches.
We just had somebody from Biafra land. What information he has dropped for security reasons, I will not give too much out. Mazi I just said he wanted to speak on it, but after I chatted with him just now, I think it's more advisable that I just read out the information he dropped. I will read it. My question is sir, around us here in Onitsha, some of us has been threatened by the Nigerian Security Agency over times. So I want to know how our safety is guaranteed. Shalom is a principal officer in Biafra land. I will take this up with the Biafra land national coordinator, Mazi, let's go watch it. I will take it up with him tomorrow morning and also with our leadership so that Mazi, I had a very, very brilliant meeting with him this last week. We need to checkmate certain nonsense going on back home. And our people must be safe. And I've reassured him to use his senses and God to go give his wisdom and advise others to do similar. The Almighty hand, will protect them all. We will not lose any more people. For me, we are losing a lot. We are shedding a lot of blood, and the movement must rise up to that. We must engage all our senses and brain and strategy to minimize casualty. Because we are fighting to keep our people alive, for them to enjoy the Biafra. That's why it pains me every day to hear the nonsense about people killing Biafrans. And some of the idiots doing these things claim that they are doing it for Nnamdi Kanu or Biafra restoration. You must be mad, and your generation. People from Bulgaria and Liverpool, or from Kosovo, havoc na Manchester because I'm a Sudan. Of also Pialo, not the Sudan. Anybody, don't care who you are, Nnamdi Kanu, who wants to use the blood of Biafrans for game or tricks or profiteering or from Gakubuki for Biafra, bring you down, whoever you are. Enough is enough.
enough is enough. Mazi, Chief Lodoke, I come back to you. As I said, we've been doing this. Some people can join us, even amongst IPOB family, even amongst the principal officers, even amongst our cabinet, as high as cabinet. Some people don't even understand what we are doing. Some people are stuck in their own ways. And when the guy say, be like Mazi said, or we used to do it like this 5-7 years ago, 8 years ago, comparing oranges with apples, not knowing the dynamics of the cosmology of this world, that time and space moves. And that to me is the height of idiocy, because, sorry, whoever you are, you don't have basic understanding. Like wisdom, you think that things must be the way you know it and they cannot progress. If the way you do it was the best way, you would have gotten us Biafra by now. We would have lost a lot of lives, particularly our youth. So something must shift. Atmosphere must shift. If we're in this movement and we are incapable of shifting the atmosphere, we are useless. It's not about gathering people and saying mantras and talking rubbish and trying to stop people. That's not what we're here for. Even within the IPOB family, some people think that community engagement is nothing. I have to mention them. One of our brothers, he was a principal officer with his own ambition and mission. Mazi George, I have to honestly compare. He fell out and is now joined to fight leadership and fight a real idea. Because he was only suspended, he wasn't even expelled, he was suspended by the leadership. Say that this current IPOB UK leadership is organized, and I laugh at him and I said, that is even a plus. So if you are organized, so what? What is organized? Because you are complete an idiot, you don't even have no understanding, you don't know who you are. People have, even amongst us, even my own cabinet, that's why I'm shifting the cabinet as well. We are making changes. And I want the leadership to please understand and cooperate with us. We are not doing anything with emotion or sentiment. And I want to plead with the leadership to understand what UK is all about. This is the citadel of demons. I know that they are brought UK. And also, this is the birthplace of IPOB. So we who are leading this battle here, and Chukabama, may him alone be all the glory, has given us his true spirit to lead in the light of truth and spirit. We should be encouraged and supported, not sabotaged, not undermined, not watered down by any emotional sentiment. Some of our people, I don't want to call names on air, castigate what we do. This all-important job of community engagement and mobilization, they castigate it and use it to gossip and say all manner of rubbish. I say, Chukwukabema, forgive them and give them insight and send them the spirit of our forebears and their dream to wake them up. Chief Lord, okay, I know you have suffered a lot of abuse, similar to mine and all of us. Mazi has suffered a lot of abuse from people who don't understand where the spirit is leading us. From people who think that we are here for gain or gainsaying or profiteering. I want you to talk a little bit now about community engagement. You mentioned earlier the key activities within the UK. I appreciate that quite a lot. But talk about why it is vital for us to sustain community engagement and mobilization evangelism. And for everybody, like I said, the job is not only for the team that was designated to plan and organize, but the actual execution, implementation is for all of us. So, Mazi, please take it from there. I will. Honestly speaking, when I think of my people, I cry for the kind of demonic spirit some of us possess. I weep for my people. Must go ahead.
Thank you, National Chief Nice Nwokoro. Honestly, I've listened to everybody. We are all singing one particular song, and that song is our freedom, community engagement, and also mobilizing our people to join the IPOB. In fact, when I see what some of us do regarding this particular team of engagement, team of evangelism, team of community relations, I look back and I laugh. When I see people fighting it, trying to bring it down, I laugh. Now, I want to start by telling us how this particular community mobilization and engagement started. I mean, why I got involved fully. I've been part of this community, whether for the Biafran community, for
Mazi, okay. I think your bandwidth is low. I don't know whether it's I think most likely from your end. Some of the very important points you're dropping are breaking or truncated. It's not coming out very well. I don't know whether you are able to change location to improve your or enhance your bandwidth so that we can understand you better. If you try a little bit more, it's not working, I will move on to somebody else and then you try and change your location a little bit. Can you hear me? Right, I think we are struggling with Chief Lord. Okay, he was making a very, very, very crucial point. One because the devil is in detail, and the devil also doesn't like you to know the detail. You know that today. The demons we are fighting, demons from the citadel of evil, which is this country that I'm a citizen of. I'll tell them every day, I talk to the MPs, I talk to everybody. The Prime Minister comes, I will tell him to his face. Anybody I cannot speak to, you can move on. Anybody brought by a woman, you get to know as I don't bloody care. I'm not going to insult you. I respect authorities. But if you think that you come with intimidation or cajoling or any nonsense, it doesn't wash with me. So, when ending now, we are always facing sabotage, even when we come on there. When we start speaking the truth, the demons from the Sahel, as Pastor Wanya will always call them, we will be rearing their head. Even the demons in within IPOB, and I reputachana America, we will cut all their heads off. And they are said, the one leg in, one leg out. The leg in will cut it off, they fall out, fall into hell. They try each other. Goodness. Chief Lodoke, we are struggling with you, unfortunately, and he has dropped off. So I will come back to Ichiezo Kubundu, because this is the time for moment of truth. So Ichiezo Kubundu must say Ezio. How do you see the frustration of some of the challenges we face in the UK in community engagement, mobilization, evangelism, even the internal sabotage by some of our own people who try to foment trouble or cause division, who have now reduced IPOB to some cliques. This is my own program, that is your own, that is your own, that is. I don't support your own, you don't support my own. I have witnessed. And they were watching it.
And they were Chief Nice. You see, ndị Igbo na-asị na ihe a na-eme adịghị izi mana nke emegoro emebi ihe dị izi. There's nothing in life that is easy, especially when you engage in a movement, in a liberation movement such as ours. You can't just expect it to be a free flow, just like that. And especially when we are operating not only in the credo of IPOB, but in the credo of where what is happening to Biafrans, the down-to-earthness of Biafrans started from. So that is where the hottest zone, the hottest part of our struggle, that's where we are. So we must be expecting some bumps, from time to time and here and there, especially when we make each time we make moves to meet up with circles outside the IPOB, especially government officials, UK government officials. I tell you that when Oyendu was kidnapped, that was in 2021, I wrote twice to my MP. His response was that initial, that's normal. I don't know, and what I would say is that they wrote, the MPs in this country, they wrote.
That's another strategic community engagement that we did in the UK. We moved to all our MPs. There was a particular weekend I declared, and all key principal officers, you Machineke, and many members of the community engagement team, we all went to our different MPs' office unannounced, impromptu visit the same day. I still have video of the one I did with my national coordinator. I don't know what to say. I don't know. We have done a lot.
Of course,
and that's why my heart bleeds, because some of the things we've done is not even on record. But we need to get all this record and documentary ready for Nnamdi Kanu, so that he can start showing respect for our leadership. And when we say leadership, don't forget, it includes national coordinators and includes principal officers. Because I thought, if you ask me my honest opinion, and also my life witness is our First Lady Onyendu's wife. We continue to wish her a quickest recovery. She's doing very well. We thank Chukwu for her life. Is that we don't lack evidence. I think IPOB before we were operating in a structure that didn't value records, files, evidence. And therefore, the Onyendu, who is evidence-based, did not have respect for people he should have respect for. That we must correct. I volunteer myself to be his strategically involved in correcting that. And I'm using UK as an example. We are standards. We say this country, no matter how we castigate them, I give them kudos in two areas. One is standards, second is marketing. Go and do your research. So we cannot live, I've been in this country now 20 years. You cannot live in this country and after you don't pick the positive things from here and take it back to Biafra land to make our land better. We cannot be looking for a Biafra that when we get it, we are using two standard, which is no standard anyway, to operate or even worse. That is an aberration. That is a total farce. It's a fraud. It's a scam. Go ahead, Machineke.
Oh, yes. Like I was saying, twice, we are talking about, the disappointments we get here and there in the course of our community engagement and mobilizations. Like I was saying, immediately after Nnamdi was kidnapped in 2021, I wrote my MP twice in a space of about 2 months or 3 months. And what I found out, because I compared his response to the responses of other MPs, you know what we do is, once we get the response, either we share it in our meetings or maybe on X or something like that. So I compared the response I got, the two responses I got, to the responses I saw on or that the other mobilizers got. And there's something that stands out. In each case, there's a statement that stands out that we are in talks with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, who is also liaising with the Nigerian government.
That is the lie. That's
that's all.
Lie.
But once you see that, it's like they wrote this and circulated it among them, and they know what that.
I say they are very good in two things. Sorry, Mazi. I say they are very good in standards. For when they want to be good, they are. Where you are good, I give you credit. And then marketing. The marketing is in inverted commas. That line is one of their marketing slogans or mantras.
Yeah. So I got this twice, but it didn't put me off because by the time I was putting up another letter, the MP had gone off, and now this one that came in, I haven't actually read it because I have been looking at how to make out time to go to his office in person.
Is it my plan for this forthcoming autumn? You storm the MPs again.
Yeah. I think that should be a very good point. The one we did immediately when you was kidnapped, it yielded a whole lot of results.
We are summing the 367 MPs again. Everybody get ready.
Yeah. And so that one apart from the government officials, like some of the stumbling blocks we get from government officials when we meet them or write them, that one apart. Then when you come to the body IPOB itself, you say that we all know that many people came into IPOB for different reasons, right? Some came in for the actual deal, which is what, like myself, what brought me into IPOB is that I had a voice that called, with this huge call of that there's an elephant, a black elephant, that is responsible for dehumanizing people, taking away people's destinies, giving people stunted growth in both economy and whatever, killing people. I didn't know that. It was this voice that did what, that conscientized me, and that we have to bring down this elephant for us to be free. That was what brought me into this movement. I'm not here to go about making friends, forming cabals and all that. No, my focus is what? To liberate ourselves from this dark elephant that is demonic and bloodthirsty, which is the zoo. That's what brought me to IQ. That's my focus.
That is the LCM.
That is it. I'm not here to make friends.
Every other item on the agenda nullified.
That is it. Every national, if you are, I myself am not like a personal acquaintance with any member. When we come together, what my major point of chat and discussion is what we are here for. I'm not going to form friends and all that. I'm not into that. All right. So, like I said,
if you're incapable of operating at that level, realizing that this is a liberation movement, you know, I banish the word, you know, the S word. I will never use it. You know, because I don't want to be doing that. But we are a liberation movement, research liberation movement. If you don't understand it, understand it. It is not where you create kapara. It's not where you start creating programs and don't want church stores and marketing gimmicks. No, no chance. And these are the same people who condemn people who belong to Igbo community groups. If you want to do those, go to your Igbo community group. That's where it's permissible. It's not permissible in a liberation movement. Mazi, sorry to I know you continue. I just got another update from Biafra land, and this is getting on my nerves. So like I said, I'm going to take it up with Mazi World and also the Homeland Biafra Land National Coordinator. This one says, Mazi, please, Mazi, the threat is not. Within IPOB, there are saboteurs. There are people, like you said, who are in this movement for different reasons. And I can guarantee you, every country in the whole world, there are people in IPOB, even at principal officers, who are fake, not genuine in spirit. And the more I have volunteered myself. I don't care who anybody like this. If you can sack me, but this job, I'll finish it.
Chief,
let me finish. And some infiltrators, actually, this is a message coming from Homeland, and for security reasons, I've decided not to give out any of the ID because I'm really worried. I'll speak to the Homeland National Coordinator tomorrow. I'm as old. Some infiltrators among us, some claim to be ESN commanders, can you imagine? With fake names. You see? Some people are in this our movement. We see what we call in English pseudonyms, kind names. Unless Owonyendu may approve or QS may approve because of well-seasoned reason for identity. Otherwise, why are you operating with pseudonyms? Somebody even told me to, after writing official letter, I should put their nickname in my official letter. I said, you must be mad. Absolutely mad. With fake names, and I have reported this to my local government coordinator and senatorial coordinator. Gracias. Okay. I'm giving them encouragement. My word to all of our people back home is to engage wisdom. Weapon I can again wish in order. Okay, Maya, okay, okay, George. Just go down on your knees. Stay safe in Biafra land. These are perilous times. Times are dangerous. Don't joke with your own life. We want you alive to witness the restoration of Biafra. And so shall it be. By the special grace of Elohim, he said, we don't want to lose more lives. Particularly of young people. Look at what's going on in Burkina Faso. The youths have risen with their youthful president. They are now making cell phones. They are using their natural resources in their homeland. Lithium, which is the basic thing you use in all electronics, batteries, and powering system. Cote d'Ivoire now makes cell phone with a lithium battery that you charge your phone, it can last for 2 years. But in those share on our Western world, bring it, dilute it so that you keep on charging. So as I allowed them, we will perish them. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi. You know, like I said, that different people came into IPOB for different reasons. You know, some came in and then they make name and rise to a position whereby politicians from Biafra land, when they get their loots and look for who will help them talk them away, that they will be the one to be appointed or looked up onto. We've seen in this movement near people, which is what we later found out, that some people became interested in the zoos politics, and we are given assignment. They were in IPOB. They became interested in the zoos politics, and they were giving us the assignment to go and attack IPOB, and that when they come back, they will be given positions in the zoo. And unfortunately,
sorry, watch the game. I only said, serve the zoo, and you'll be lucky. That's my own addition. You'll be lucky to come back in shame, because you might even not come back. You'll be dead.
And
you know, sorry, actually, I mentioned that when we served in, I have to say this on air now, when I was a student leader in my time, we were offered a lot of things. Back then, when I said 95, 96, choice plus and land in my Tama, Abuja. I said to her, we were fighting for Abiola to be installed. Abiola is not even a Biafran in Nigeria. But that's what I believed, and we were fighting for it. There are 3 vice presidents in lands. Anybody who knows national security will tell you I was the first vice president. My president was Mohammed Kachala. He's a cousin to Babagana Chunkibe, because Stans is zoned, so he was zoned to Northeast then. So he was president, and I was first vice president. I'm saying this on air, and it's truth. I know some of my comrades collected those offers, and then they joined the nonsense called youth earnestly asking for Abacha to do your research. I was asked to hear that nonsense, and I said, you're drunk. So anybody thinking that you use IPOB to, after taking oath, I'm talking this now, let me mention names. Idiot Abaga Ikenga, so that these are stupid boys. The one on our Austria, who is a genius in my matter, he can go and do research. I don't even know when he went to Futo, to that university with it. Or my own, he will never even, he will be frustrated when he sees me. These are idiots. If you think you can come into IPOB, they say we go out to zoo in a Jimmy politics with the Soludo, with the hopeless of them and the rest of them, they will kill you. You'll be very lucky to come back alive. And when you come back with tons of shame. And your name and the generation will be buried for life. And anybody not one within IPOB right now, from the leadership, from Nnamdi Kanu to the last person, who thinks that they will use this thing or Biafra for this game. I'm talking to Emmanuel Kanu in particular. Oh, we are fine boy. Beware of the nonsense you're doing. Enough is enough. Kanunta, sit up. Enough is enough. And that goes to everybody, including my humble self. We cannot continue this trajectory. What rubbish? On top of the blood of our people? And also, and all the idiots, they will not operate. They will not come from the condemnation placed on them. Not them, up to their 7th generation.
Sir,
go ahead, watching again.
Yeah, Mazi, you know exactly what will go on. You see, some of these guys promise to go and rise up in IPOB, and then they will be shown the way to the zoos politics. Unfortunately, the man that promised him to go and insult IPOB, only a week ago, came on and picked the man, and this guy has now gone berserk.
Exactly. So your godfather is gone, which means you are
This guy has gone berserk.
You are now godfatherless. Nkine magwa na Igbo si onye eweliwe na ma Igbo si onye ishi bula eji ọ zụtara n'okwu ka ọ na-eme agwụla.
That is it.
Go ahead.
That is it. The young man has gone berserk. I'm talking about one of the challenges. But anyway, this is because what I tell them is you can only back online on X Space. The boots on ground, IPOB. We don't share that with anyone. You can back online. Any day we see your boots on ground, that is when we know that you're serious. But for now, IPOB, we say it online and we have our boots on ground. So this one is on a continental, global level. When you come back to the UK now, we still have such people also in IPOB who came into IPOB, hid themselves, looking out for how to rise up the ladder that they may someday be under to politicians who are stealing money and bringing to the UK.
Emmanuel Kanu.
That is it.
Now, five boy. Bleaching cream.
After helping them to knock away the money, buy houses, I am the deputy national coordinator and the coordinator of IPOB in the UK. I want everything to happen, and all that. So you find out that there are all these little pockets. You mentioned one of them. I wouldn't say, but about Radio Biafra, national. This is like giving them open uchi.
I know what you make it. Favorite Ilulu, my man is watching like a mass mode, and I buy into it. So more for them, and the book code. And I know now, I'm committing to you good. I know what a slogan in China. I don't know in China. I can touch everybody.
Of course.
Enough is enough.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, let me just round up just a few seconds. So like I was saying, here in IPOB too, in the UK too, IPOB family, we have all these little pockets of people who have been giving us negative nudges. And like we do our things. Behind the the national saying, what we do is, once we notice that you have one leg in, one leg out, we cut that one that is in off, that you may be off totally. We always have this way of whipping everybody in line. And that's from the way we do our things. Don't forget that I say, all these gatherings we have from time to time, they are what? As a way of doing what? Looking out for the odd men out. Easily pick out. What if we weren't having all these meetings? Maybe we met once in the year or twice in the year. Behind them, we keep on meeting, rubbing minds constantly.
The UK has the greatest number of meetings in the last 4 years.
That is it. That
IPOB has never witnessed all this entirety. And we are consistent.
That's it. Alright. That's it. And I will stop here for now. Thank you so much.
There was watching a game and a program UK time out on Radio Biafra. I am not a host that is a ghost. My own is not just to ask questions, we bring the analysis. We expose IG. Exhibit touch now about that place is exposed all over. And we must continue. We move. We cannot be moved. And I know you have been itching to come in because you put the body in China. And I do know, like I said earlier on, your region, Southeast, London in particular, is the citadel of evil. Remember, in 2022 and 2023, the Spirit led me. There was somebody who came to me 30 years, if you remember. And since that time, that one watching it cannot be them disappeared. A number goes. Some people were actually him not the call the Shadi, but he led us to places like it. I had to try my idea, if you remember,
we had to Charamaya to church, to any with Chief Ben, okay, my beloved brother. People just there's no sentiment. I laugh at somebody who said they are nice friends. There is no such nonsense. Everybody in IPOB is my brother, my sister, because it's one family. I hate cabal, I hate cliquism, I hate division, I hate nonsense. I do not like what I hate. If you don't repent, arrogant within a short time. I'm not boasting. This is the calling. And you don't know what, and you will be fulfilled. So, I know your region, more in this UK, and therefore more in the whole IPOB world. And you have been heading it. When I get a wake can put on air. People think maybe Chiokobe is my friend. Which friend? It's my brother. But you and I, then we argument. No, I live here on phone.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Please come in. The point we discuss or the challenges that they face from within IPOB itself.
Thank you.
I won't do it so. You are taking over from Ichi Ezokubondo and you will check Obi Anyo. Never ever.
Of course. We know the implications when you lie. So we are very, very careful not to lie and as the mantle of this our great movement is in our code of conduct and also in the oath that we have to serve our people. We are not going to lie against anybody. So we know the implications. As rightly said here, thank you for people who are listening to us, and I also appreciate every one of us here that are making a very vital contributions for what we are facing and what we are doing. Engagement and so on and so forth. As in Ifawanaka and AUG in here. The truth about the matter is that a freedom fighter or a freedom fighting, there is no friends. There is no single friends. Some of us here are not here to make friends with anybody. We are here to achieve and also restore the sovereignty of our nation, which is Biafra. And the issue of gang up or cannibalism and godfatherism is not an IPOB. There is nothing like that. You cannot attain or attain any godfatherism and the one who recommended you to so and so person before you become appointed. It is broken. IPOB cannot take that. We are here to serve our people with open heart and honesty. United Kingdom in Southeast here, that I am the regional coordinator. There is some hiccups. And what I'm going to blow bread of roses up and down Nadia, and that shows that what we are doing on our. So those who think that we can form or they can form a gang or cabal to distract what we have been doing or what we are doing since our able national nice more took over. There is a lot of changes because we praise ourselves, pat ourselves on the shoulder and say yes, more grace to our elbows and be particular to the national coordinator for what he is doing. Because since you take leadership, for the mantle of leadership, there is a lot of changes. And I believe, and also I know that is why we are missing all this, we call it nonchalant attitude coming up to distract what we are doing. We are not going to relent at all. Some of us have been into this movement for a very, very long time. Sometimes when people mention
how long they have been in the movement. Some would think, oh, why are you saying that you have been here for ages? What happened? Yeah, but I said that an open and muddy brother. So those who are planning or who have cabals here and there in IPOB, you failed. I got no chagana without missing word, because we are here not to gain anything but to gain Biafra, to make sure we restore the sovereignty of our nation, which our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been and is still in the forefront, doing the very, very great job for the restorations. So those who think that they can talk down to each or to any principal officers in order to gain their ways, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same, because we took an oath to serve the people of Biafra with honesty, with full honesty and understanding. So if you have anything or you think that you are here to make friends, to form groups or form one thing or the other, your name is Prince. I got no chagana, because a lot of people have, some people have paid the ultimate price for us to be here. So we are not going to take it for granted. During Paul massacre, there is one of our members in Biafra land was shot. Then what the young man was saying before he went to the other side, he said, please, we should not stop what we are doing. We should make sure that we restore Biafra. We should make sure that Biafra comes. Then the young man gave up.
That was exactly what an elderly man who was shaking a walking stick here told me in Liverpool last night. And it reminded me of 2018. Remember, you were there. Chemefo was there. Dr. Justice was there. Who was there? Emerald invited to the very first Obako event. And I was the chairman of Obako Constitution Council and also chairman of the organizing team for the Honorable Invite IPOB. I discussed with Dr. Justice. IPOB paid for the table £200, which will never happen again under my watch. Like a lot of cases. IPOB now give events now over the Biafra. And in 2013, after I get to the cathedral, Spirit has said, what nonsense, he must stop. And I called all the Igbo leaders, the whole UK, my Europe, I'm from my Thailand, and warned them. I'm not begging them, I am in a warning. It must not happen anymore. Right now, our people are in Nottingham, and they just gave me updates. I told them, don't pay a dime, and that's around £500 for them. I called the president. I don't know Liverpool yesterday, but Bachara, the president, he's a doctor. Don't touch it. Onyamula. He's my brother and friend. My party is Babaka Sharia, and she apologized. But unfortunately, there are people in £100 already, at least 100 lower than 500. But more, but I said, we will not pay a dime. In fact, that's when they go there, they will make sure that they use, you know, we introduced this in last year, using piggy bank. My children, when they perform well, many have piggy bank. When they do their mini, in my family, there's what we call mini birthday. Mini birthday, the day of the month of your actual birthday in my family is mini birthday. And I give my children 5 points for being good on their mini birthday. Then their real birthday, maybe they say, social after them. This is my culture. And now I'm introduced an IPO. We use our piggy bank. Jenna for my for last year, at that Biafra joy, declared the kind of for ESN. Instead of paying IFAC, Igbo Festival of Arts and Culture, to participate, we didn't pay a dime. We rather realized more than £500 from our £500 we go.
No, so, what I'm trying to say, our community engagement effort now, UK, I don't blow trumpets. This is my hand. We'll have to say it on Radio Biafra. This United Kingdom family, in the last 3.5 years, I don't know. I don't see evidence. I don't see record here because I'm evidence based. That's my training. Over 20 years. How economic. Peter Bisi, I go and verify. Bring evidence. Oye Dumas and the Kanu. Oyo, I spoke with him. We spoke at length. He buru ha at the time with Oye do lack of evidence. I'm going now. You do not do here only in any organization and you don't have evidence. And that's why I'm saying at UK, we must have complete record. Anybody who doesn't believe we should keep record, to hell with you, you are thrown out. We need records. And records that are truthful. Evidence. Now the kind of that he needs the evidence. Then how you check the evidence? That's why they call her to your body. You shy now. So our leader, we love him and we respect him. But we have to put him in order. Mazi, why should they go ahead? I want an update from Nottingham. They are doing very well.
That's very good.
They have supported our community. That's fine. But they have even recovered. They go have the support from our home. And they paid it because I had to hold job. But when I finished last night, their president in Nottingham, yeah, you're big. He was begging me. And they put on there. But and I was still asking to refund that money. Nottingham, we have to refund that £100 to support ESL.
Very, very important.
I am not joking, and I'm a judge. No, this is my life. The life of my children. I have many children. So I'm not here for rubbish, banter, friendship, and me out. And anybody on IPOP, and you're bringing sentiment and emotion, take a walk off. If they are bringing sentiment and emotion, I'm also from now. Take a walk.
We can have it. We can have it.
Go ahead, one minute.
People have paid an ultimate price for our restoration, for Biafrans. There is no way. We are not here to do friends. We are not here to do brothers and sisters. What we are here for is to make sure that Biafra is restored. As our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has led us to be honest and truthful. Turn right. Honest and truthful in everything that we are doing. That we must be honest and truthful. Anybody who is bringing sentiment and emotion in this movement will not live to see December. Why we are here is to make sure that we restore Biafra.
He said, because all of us say, he said to Nigeria.
Yes, anybody who is here,
he said,
blackmail and call his fellow principal officers' name. We not live to see December, and we will not see Biafra with us. And I want to assure each and every one of us here, as our national coordinator has said here, in his tenure, there's a lot of changes, and we are moving forward. And all of us know when he was appointed to lead IPOB United Kingdom, we are nowhere to be found. We lost. Now, he gathered us back again, and some nonchalant attitude to keep coming up to destroy what we have, or what he has, or what policy have put in place. It's not going to work for you. You will meet. You have met your Waterloo.
Waterloo.
Yes, he has.
They will meet their Waterloo.
They will meet their Waterloo. It is the truth. And some of us and all of us and those who are the new Biafrans, please keep on the good work.
our reward will come. As our leader said, that if our names will be written in gold. We will never be forgotten.
onye buru ebu ebu n'ọnwụ nkụ asị onye chukwu gọziri nweghị buru ibu ya aka ekpuchiri ọnwa ịtara ya ya ọnwa bịara ịma anyị nọ n'ụwa gị na ahụ ọnwa fa ọnwa bịa gị nso ihe gbalaga ihe ifuru oke ikwu isi On that note, we have just been joined by Mazi Udensi Boma Chineke, the Deputy Zonal Coordinator for Nottingham, and a very powerful member of IPOB National, different teams. One of the Machineke engaged more. Abraham Mazi Osinabani, my boss. I will introduce him to the pillars, GIPOB UK, because I don't think he knows them. Mazi, I'll try to make embarrassed because I'm saying it on air. In the PLG UK, I'm sorry, sir. You are disappointed. I will introduce you to the three pillars in the UK. Mazi Udensi is one of them. The Bahonyo is humble, he's low, he's quiet, also. Mazi Afunwa Ukeje. At least he went through a little test of him, maybe AGMI and UK. And there are many. But unfortunately, he came up before. I know where to be found. Oh, I'm not castigating anybody. I'm not let me say this out from somebody from Manchester. This morning, my boy, I'm after church or my ritual. Well, I don't want to talk about myself. We are for the when them are jealous in a business. I got them. But drain a spirit. My wife, man, I'm not a spirit. And I don't do things like a flesh. Flesh can flesh. What has flesh done for me? If I could stand before Abacha, we stand flesh. When I was only 23, 24 years old, now I'm 53. I put my age on there. So what will flesh do for me? Nonsense. Materialism is nothing to me. So when you want to Biafra restoration, Biko, go for materialism. Repu, nonsense, Nina, number one. It will not bring Biafra. What will bring Biafra was spirituality. I'm not talking of religious. In my program, and the matter what are the difference between religiosity and spirituality. We is open all. Many idiots they can only Kesia Matthias or rubbish. When I Shalamia from A to Z is nonsense. Ishi episode ish up to a prenia. Where is some sponge satire. Materialism teaching, religiosity teaching, spirituality teaching. Biafra is a spiritual mantra. It's a different dimension from nonsense and alcohol. Mazi Udensi, even now, which Nia Kanopa. When they better IPOB basically, now one, what I go behind the idea for. I'm not against it, but it's not your right. Don't pray now. Some idiots, no, movement, feeling a highbrow, welfareism. Emekotam, one by Jukuna football, not Orabigo, that is nonsense. Negimo Atorabigo is rubbish. Onye Nemeregin is not your enemy. Oh, Hibera. Mazi Udensi, without him happy now. Oh, this matchmaker, one of the testimonies of miraculous testimony. That life fight, and do.
geared it multidimensional. But IPOB, with him, and Spirit Biafra, today, nobody settled on him. And as I said, here for nobody settled there. I tell Salam Spirit one. This is my brother. Ozu Keme, on Namo Biafra, from day one, that's where. Madam, 3 years now. And when he had a call, my hand, even superior, Mazi, Kanu doesn't will not come. He will come. And that to me is true. I don't like that phrase, tested and trusted. Because for me, tested and trusted is a daily contract and a renew in the liberation movement. There's nobody. You guys say, 5 years ago, all tested and trusted, you are holding on to it. You're mad. You don't understand what you're into. It's a daily thing. You can be tested and trust every day. Need a new contract every day in the liberation movement. Mazi Kechi, I know it was difficult for you and your team that I wasn't physically present in Nottingham, which is my Nottingham. I set up Nottingham Igbo Union. I'm not bragging. Jukwaha from Engineer Okocha, who the first president. He will tell you, set up Nottingham Igbo Union 20. Never holiday time. So if you say something and saying your truth, and you don't have date and time and place, you are lying. I said to them, up 2010, I made their first gathering, and it was Leicester, which where I was president, that supplied Mawu and all the cultural display in their first gathering. We all have been another time now, and that's what I did most of UK. I'm not bragging. All man they make competition, beauty contest, or we had more election. Ikechukuna is more close to made the whole UK and worldwide. IPOB was really happy that somebody like me will lead shine now. I'm not bragging, no, but all is so that must be said. Which in my man and the Kanu we have no one need to know this truth. And we all work together with the high nature. Perhaps no say sign I do it. People like Emmanuel Kanu, one in the Kanu. He's a nobody, he's an idiot, he's a fool. Kanonta, yes. And he's an idiot. And so many. I'm not mad because I'm what to do with you. So how can these fools, born fools, idiots, be saying, talking when I'm talking? They don't come on to 1995 before Abacha. Okay, Kule. Okay, and people like us now are here in the with the high and idiots are going gossiping, talking rubbish. And you can up here. Some people now how to wash their left hand and their right hand. I don't know clear right. I won't this and that. To hell with you. Now actually now for Biafra. You are in trouble. Mazi Kechi, welcome. Now you update him in Nottingham. And they put me a little bit. It's part of what we're discussing tonight, community engagement and mobilization. And I'm happy. Only me, I mean last year, a little bit in a small gathering of old Aguata or the whole Nottingham. And who is in Nottingham was there. You're not there, I'm not there. We did high. This year, unfortunately, due to my engagement now up north, Monji Bata, like I called you, or did he convenient for me to be able to be there and do this program and this topic, the why JB and Abalea or walk or so I'm thinking back at my listen. I could have come, you know me now. At 10 o'clock, it bomb and I'm there. No excuse. Excuse is rubbish to me. But I tell you, and my own men and power, by the word, we spoke on the agreed protocol again, and the only the end. I'm happy Naga, everything is going on here. I was in touch with the president of Igbo Union Nottingham, and also the important. deliver, right? All our community engagement, mobilization, evangelism, IPOB. Machineke become mute, Umu Biafra worldwide, and our great listeners, and your updates here, and they will. I'm very happy with you, and my coordinator, all of you, Nanotingham, Unuzurukeme, they would.
They will Mazi or a Biafra. Umu Biafra ekelekwa Umu Biafra ekelekwa munu. We are still here live at the event. We haven't left yet. But yes, I'm giving you an update. Thank you, National, for everything you said, for the good work you put in. IPOB UK and in general IPOB Nottingham is still functional. We are functional. We are gallant. You know, we are going nowhere. We are gallant. Regardless of all the rubbish they throw at us, we are gallant. I know here. We move. We cannot be moved. We cannot be moved. Nobody's holding us back. We move. Exactly. This Biafra spirit is, I don't know what is going. This spirit has overcome me. Do you understand? I can't think about anything. It's not Nnamdi Kanu and the freedom of our people, of Biafrans. I think about it every day, every morning, every night. So, it's a spirit. Do you understand? It's something our people need to understand. It's a spirit that is moving us and guiding us. So, let me go straight on to the event, to the community and mobilization thing today. What happened today? We had a EVG, Igbo Union was hosting the EVG festival today, which is 24th of August 2025. And as usual, IPOB Nottingham was invited. And we graced that occasion. We came as usual with our outfits, both of our outfits, our regalia, everything, to our flags. Hopefully the videos and the photos will come out. And when IPOB was called, we did our thing as usual. Informed our Ozoma Chineke. Ozoma Chineke. Ozoma Nnamdi emetela anyị n'ụra. 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 IPOB. IPOB. One indivisible family. IPOB. Go ahead with Mumachineke. I have to give thanks to Mazi who's one of our very hardcore members. National, you know who he is. Mazi, yes, and all on even deep, which is what I said. We must have somebody inside. It's a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool for our evangelism. Do you understand? He's one of our backbones. And I give him all encouragement. So we did what we did, and we informed our people about the struggle and what they need to do. We are trying. Our people are stubborn, but my enemy na buy. Slowly and steady. Yes, exactly. So it's a sponge and he's up. He's up bread. That is it. So our people are getting the message. They're getting the message. They're getting the message. They've seen that IPOB Nottingham is still functional and still standing. And that was it really. So that's where we are at the moment. We did our evangelism. We passed out our flyers. Our flags were everywhere. So that is we did what we came here to do, and we're still here. We're still here. We were highly regarded and regarded in this struggle. You understand? The Igbo Union welcomed us as they have always done. Yeah, they've welcomed us with open arms, and I use this program to thank our Igbo Union president, and the secretary for giving us to continue today. They are hardcore Biafrans.
Yes,
Dr. Chido, yes. Yes.
Like I said before, they went down on a high level. We don't need everybody to be IPOB family member. What we need, what community engagement and mobilization central goal is, even if you're not part, Nime Morgan support. Don't castigate IPOB. MOBG get the quiet. Because that's silence of consent. But I suffered before when you would exercise for their own liberation and freedom. And that we in the UK have worked very hard to bring that down. Remember, last year, October, I brought on this program all the Igbo community leaders, the whole UK, doctors, professors, medical doctors, academic doctors, professors, had a program last year. And this October, we bring in a new set. Some of them, Liverpool yesterday. And I'm not bragging like I always say. I really know to look at them. The only reason why they even listen, they know me. And I am more than 10 years ago in different things. Mazi, go ahead.
Okay, there's not really much to say, but I thank my comrades for attending, for coming out, for passing our message. I think our coordinator, Mazi, yes, it's unfortunate nationally could not come, but we did the best that we could do. And there's something yes, there's something I like to remind Biafrans, and I'll continue to say this. Onyendu said it, Nnamdi Kanu said it. He says consistency remains
the key.
Once Biafrans can tune into that, even if you don't understand everything he said, once you can understand that message, then you understand what the struggle is about. When you say consistency is the key, you must keep kicking it. Exactly. So it's when we stop that we fail. But as long as we continue, as long as we remain consistent, one day we will get what we want. We will get it. We must remain resilient. I wouldn't be Biafrans. It is our nature to be resilient. Like that way. We are resilient. It's in our nature. It's in our DNA. So we must remain consistent. And I get what they are in our job. Biafra.
Biafra, we heard you there much again. They will for finding out time from the hard work you're doing and also the merriment to call it live. What we are doing is live, no gimmies. From Biafra land, from Liverpool, from Manchester, from Nottingham, from London, from Brighton, from Eastern Kent, from Luton, live report. Live. Manipulation or gimmicks, which I hate with passion. You cannot get Biafra by a lie. You cannot get Biafra by Europe. Even now the Kanu with here, click and boy. Is our leader, I love him, but he said it in one of his broadcasts. If he does the wrong thing, he went here. When you brought up, the wrong thing. So we must understand what we are doing, and this is to everybody, no matter how you are working at this movement. Understand what you are into. As in what I buy what I buy also. And the IPOB will look at them. So if you don't know, go and know. Sasha your brain, Sasha your spirit, understand what you are into. Now actually even when nonsense you need to make an IPOB continue if we will from this year, 2025, It's never business as usual. More Biafra Bidele, the spirit of Biafra, Chief Lord, okay? I can't know, I want to stay down. But this program tonight, my happiness, I call it when you share, and then the panel, Nichi, the Madan or love the king, the Marana title. My Banas alone, I'm waiting in law, or dig you out with cheer. So they were alone. On a digger, which you're gonna alone, you could drop it.
That is true.
And openly, who want the chief or cheer, who won't get the cage rich community chief with the permission of it. Nana Chief is an Arabic girl, Manakocha, and a small lodge. So you know what she's breaking. And one people chicken, man, oh, man, I love him. The cheer is working. I don't know a parallel tonight in this year. And I'm so glad. Without this man and more, I won't be here in UK. It's not me. Then when I hear my kids say it's not about me, I said, yes, it's not about me. Who am I? Teenage. I won't just invest a tube, a channel for high them. I'm nobody. But I am so glad. I am happy and I give return all the glory to Elohim. For the caliber of man who raised UK. Now actually now, and nobody will destroy this man. I don't know all the nonsense that said happened before when now they cannot put her from the J president and America. Now they cannot destroy this man in UK. Nobody can destroy them. They try I want to say now, but I'm okay. So we need to all sit up right now. And I'm also appealing to all everybody do the needful kill when you can. I want to see the gig go a chair where I open the Pagana and when any one solution. Opa Soludo will animal says a solution. Or how one bath, even the old soludo. Because I know the DNA to confirm or only I to the truth. Then I have one bath. The Rakara. No, so when you get flooded to Paraime, I'm more. So, Soludo is not solution, it's an idiot. There's so many like that. In the Biafra land. No matter how many we don't watch easy. Now, actually, can we? Chief Lord Okebukwe, our looting zonal coordinator, Wachineke, and the head of our community mobilization and engagement. Wachineke, round was up. In your own words, what can we do to sustain community engagement mobilization and to open the brain of the to understand to eliminate the challenges we have faced? But we must continue.
Thank you, National Coordinator, Mazi. Wow, I don't know what to say, but all I have to say is thank you to Abdama, more especially for having this live report from Nottingham. It's a live report, so you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that something is happening within the UK family. We are making progress, and like he reported from Nottingham, nothing is going to stop us. We are still going to carry on, and we are still going to move ahead to sustain this movement. So my encouragement to each and every listener, and those who have joined us, those who have logged out tonight, is for everybody
everybody to continue to spread this word, continue the evangelism of IPOB, yeah, so that it will get to the nooks and crannies of where every IPOB family is. We are also encouraging every zone, we are also encouraging every region, every country to start up their own community organization and engagement and stop, looking towards UK what they are doing and what they are not doing. What we are doing this is evidence based here, proving itself that we have done so well and we have done marvelously okay to sustain this movement. So my encouragement tonight is that we must continue and let everybody do their own bit in their own way. But at the end of the day, we shall get our freedom. Thank you and God bless. He said, you have said it most diplomatically, and I appreciate that. Mazi Afuwokeje, remove the veil of diplomacy. In line with what Chief Advocate said, what we must sustain to ensure that the gains of what we have done in the last 3.5 years is not in vain, and that when Onyendu comes out, there is a conviction that this is the right way to go. And also to our leadership, there's a conviction, because apparently even some people don't understand. Some people, even within the IPOB UK principal officers or even cabinet, go and feed the leadership, or should I say, my European rep, my boss, direct boss, with the wrong information. I must say this on X. It told me to say it now. And all I want to say, if you are disgruntled, you don't want to work in tandem with the progress that we are making, or you think that you are above what we are doing, or your spirit is in arrogant, please, and that humble resignation. The spirit of Biafra, we appoint somebody who will do better than what you have done. We appreciate you for what you've done, but don't cause further commotion. Don't bring confusion into high element. Naka of Biafra can cut him mad. And I don't wish that on anybody, but it's inevitable. National, go ahead.
The war, which as an another chorus, the Kanu. I trust our leadership, and they have very good listening ear. Behind the member, behind the muta, or the man, and organizing Biafra. I need individually we have decided and we have made up our mind to get involved from the beginning. I would say, how I got to IPO. There have been crises, yes, but our ability to surmount them is because of our determination. It's not by trial and error, it is pure determination. One of the leaders in UK, coincidentally a former national coordinator, was the one that brought this message where we are starting Igbo Union in Milton Keynes, in my house. That's where the constitution was written. And he came and he brought this message. When he got to a point and we asked him to speak, other members, other Igbos, Biafrans, fellow Biafrans, they refused him to speak. At that point, then I wasn't even a member. I said, you know what? Even our team was If we do not allow this gentleman, this our brother, to deliver the message he has come here, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Today will be my last day in this place. I've hosted, yes, but not the last time. At that point, everybody sat up. Yes. Everybody sat up and allowed him to speak. And when he finished, that was my first day to meet him. I collected his number. He gave me the flyer. Mazi, Onyebuchi. Dr. Onyebuchi. Yes, I remember him. I'm in touch. Yes. But I do my research. So, and when things started to shake, he came to me. He started to tell me, there's another way case. I love that. I said, one, and then I'll go with you. See, because one funny thing about life is you meet people, but it takes time for you to understand them. I have heard this news from the horse's mouth. I've heard this message from Mazi Nnamdi. And you are telling me, where about that I won't get here. I'm not the handbag. I'm not the handbag. I'm a business. We're manufacturer, we're wholesalers, yes, we're distributors, we're retailers. Yeah, exactly. So, and that was the end. But I made a chip in something. I said, one man, ever here I goes and there. Ever here I said it 3 times, and he left my house. And today, all the evidence, never had to be close and there. I would say to all Biafrans, especially our comrades in UK, I always make this statement: watch me because I'm watching you. Until they roll Biafra. Everybody were suspect. Everybody were suspect, my brother. So, with that in mind, that does not say I do not love you. I love you so much. But for this very freedom we are looking for, it's a personal decision, a collective one at this point. We have taken our stand. We know what we want. Blood has been shed. That blood can never be in vain. That blood can never be in vain. So, I understand sometimes people try to be a little bit petty, but then, yeah. But we have a shining example everywhere to take correction, to retrace our steps, to remove anything that resembles Zulu mentality. Anything that resembles Zulu mentality in this very freedom movement, we will reject it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night, for whoever. We have forsaken so many things to be in this very freedom. Maybe some people have not paid any price. They just walk in. But I know the price I've paid. Even from this, I know the concerts I had, and I forgot them forever and ever. Instead, I mortgage my conscience. So, where we are going, Biafra, that is the last hope. We must get it right to honor the memories of our fallen heroes. Forget your personal interest. Forget whatever you think you start to get, and stop playing hanky panky, because we watch. Our eyes, they shine like touch. There's no movement you do we cannot analyze. Eberima did what he did in Finland, not in UK. If he comes here, you will know that we have people who are determined to work for Biafra. Please, Biafrans all over the world, take your stand. This is a serious business. Biafra is for generations unborn. This is opportunity to write your name gold. This opportunity to make sure that history will remember us kindly. And at this point, I say, there will no Muchineke. We continue to move. There will watch naked. There will watch naked. It is serious business. People like us who have seen Grego
and the Ashana already before. And why Ekwensu no Horian in Nigeria cannot be in this state. We are joking. That is sacrifice we are making it because we don't know what to do. We are idiots or we are fools. You are mad. Mad people everywhere. We are serious to get Biafra, and we must get Biafra. There was watching again. Now we're running up, and then after you go down, just your final word to Biafrans and our great listeners on the need to continue. We must continue. We move, and we cannot be moved with community engagement, mobilization, evangelism. There we go.
There were Chief Nice, my fellow panelists. I think this night was there was a heavy rainfall storm.
Fire.
Program.
Yeah, or the way you ask for Holy Ghost fire. Fire.
Yeah. I mean, this program will be recorded as one like never before, you know, and it was as a result of the spirit, you know. Once the Biafran spirit gets into you, you start speaking in the, you know, at a frequency which you yourself never expected to be, and that is the Biafran spirit. What I would say is that we must continue because community mobilization and engagement is the backbone, what I would call the skeleton of this movement. We must continue to reach out. And and that is the spirit we have cultivated in this movement. We know I am a Nnamdi, but now have ideas on how tomorrow would look like. Because this movement has toughened us to a certain level, and it's still toughening us in what we are doing. You know, I can see, look at the very positive and strong messages our panelists have, you know, put out in the space this evening. I mean, you could see how it is. That is what IPOB is made of. And we say as we move on, every unit, every continental rep and continent, state or local government or whatever, we must continue. We must know that our lives, our destinies, our economic, whatever, anything we can think of depends on this movement. The realization and the restoration of the Biafra nation relies on this. Like I said the other time, not on this program, but on another program, what we are doing here, what we are doing here is that now what you are we suffered in the hands of the zoo, so terrible.
Absolutely, watching it.
The zoo dehumanized us and took away our dignity and our humanity. So what we are doing is that the zoo will not have that opportunity to do the same in the generation coming after us. That is what
you say. This fight will finish with us.
That is it. Absolutely. Thank you.
I got wish here now.
Yeah.
Don't be able to end it once and for all.
That is it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And there was so much naked. Yeah. We have been on fire. This is the UK Time Out of Radio Biafra program that comes with fire. Any more spirit, whatever name you are given, Mano Yibo, or any language, that is against the restoration of Biafra, whether from within IPOB or without, or everyone on the Shila. Ask him, Holy Ghost, fire! Oku, more Biafra. The spirit of Biafra, fire! Ndị bụ na ndị Egede, ndị Ichie Biafra, mmụọ ọbụla na-ebilite imegide nwere onwe Biafra na Nnamdi Kanu ji were weda ma mmụọ ahụ na-arụ n'ime Nnamdi Kanu ma na-arụ n'ime ụmụnne ya ma na-arụ n'ime anyị nwa ma mụnwa na onwe m. Holy Ghost fire! I gave you well. We will not lead this battle for my children. My son Chingo was removed in 9 on Christmas Day this year. All the innocent. Get it go, man. Or you're going to have this battle. No chance. Most of us, my own father, he had breakup with the Biafra. I've said this before. My father, one of those who you know, one-on-one. All Biafran soldiers shoes for free now. As a young man, prosperous, blessed by Chukwu. But all Biafra, I am with a and so many of us have suffered a lot. And you think either here and give or if you are show fashion or design, you are sick. Any thing as psychiatric, but here the door will give you a notion. Lying with a Biafra. You are mad. But I'm very because the lives of our people involved. And millions of lives have come for hiding. Entitlement, rubbish, business, materialism. That materialism is the fuel that will consume you and your generation up to the 7th generation, and your name will be perished from the book of life. And don't forget, this week in the UK, I went to 2 critical meetings. Tomorrow, all coordinators and deputies and heads of the national teams will meet. On Saturday, the same group will meet with our European rep and his deputy and others. Because we must get things right. With all due respect and love for everybody, including Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Chike Doziem, Mazi Austin Abani, Mazi Tayoba, whoever you are, Mazi Chinas and Wo, we all need to sit up and stand up and put our hands on our chest and reaffirm what we believe in. Only name here, Kiagala Ufule. Ichi Ipuri as only Hagano na Afago. And that's all from here, Asolamiana. 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 No it. Now, enough is enough. Nonsense. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, great Biafrans, lovers of freedom. I must thank each and every one of us and those who are listening to us. I appreciate you all and I appreciate us all. We are doing the needful. As I said before, and we are not here to peddle or to accommodate any false allegations or any cabal. We are saying it on air because our leader made it so that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. In IPOB, there is nothing like godfatherism, if there is any word like that. Nothing. The same job.
No, the idiot who can go when a godfather and I find you. I'm not resolved. So, godfather, now that is your godfatherless.
He's dead now. Can you see him talking again?
So, he was
dead.
Godfather. He was godfatherless.
He's dead already. He's dead straight away. So we're all doing a very good job and we should continue with it. In our code of conduct that we have to be truthful and honest in everything, in every of our undertaking. Anybody who is trying to pull us down will go down before us. Biafra must be restored.
He said, my Manuel Kanu, my Kanu, my name is Anya, my onion dry in the wind. Anybody who declare that wants to pull Biafra restoration down, you will go down.
You will go down. Person will go down.
It's restored.
It's not for joke. And I want to really appreciate each and every one of us here. That our goal is here is to restore Biafra, not to do friendship, not to do favoritism, not to do trusted and tested and trusted. What is paramount in this world is changes. So we are here to restore Biafra, not friendship. And I must stand with that, and that is what it should be. China, we can go back until we China in a very good manner, in a very good context. So great Biafrans and lot of freedom, please keep on the good work. Don't stop. Don't stop. Anything that you know that is very, very good for this Biafran restoration, please do it. The bad ones, take yourself away from it.
100%. Straight away.
People have paid an ultimate price here. Those who come here to do business, here is not a business center.
So is the business center of Britain, not Biafra.
This is not a merchandise for business. This is where we talk about our freedom and we must restore it. Thank you, and I really appreciate each and every one of us. Thanks for having me, our able national coordinator. Nice work for us. You are a good man. You make it work for us because no one knows like a mother one just know your name of what you get on ya because where is in yes, they do that. I don't want to see that. I want to know you can on here. So we thank ourselves for what we have done so far. Thank you so much, sir. And
they will watch it again. They will watch it again. When I am going to put it again.
Yes, sir. So thanks for your good work. And those who are working assiduously, thank you. And keep up the good work. May people carry our blessings.
He said, and those thanks goes to you and each and every one of us. And like I said, I have my list. You didn't get to the list. But you know, the leadership will receive it. I know who is with you now. I won't cast or old credential, no. I know who is who. This is the actual testing period. I shall. But in there, please return the spirit. Do not allow more equations to enter you. Don't be intimidated. Like Mazi was looking at, and they don't watch Lake at They have taken this very seriously. Who chatted us tonight from Biafra land? Do not accept any intimidation, but use your number 6. Then we that are in diaspora, that are a bit, enjoying a bit of freedom. Free. Because see, there's nothing free, no free lunch in free time as well. So anyone in the diaspora must call a spade a spade, must challenge authorities, must speak to power. If we don't do it, we are idiots, we are gone. Why can't we say the truth? I want to say one of my uncle now told the guy you Lara like always so. Because I see and so what? Oh my career now. And we nonsense. So we must continue. And we move, and we cannot be moved. For want of time, we cannot continue because time is run out. We have a very gracious father in Mazi Chukwemeka. Honestly, I'm going to see him very soon. I'm going to visit him because this is a man that I so much have seen in the spirit. He is true spirit of Biafra. I love him because I say, and I pray. I don't give tokenism. I don't give praise for gas. No. Only the man. I told people today, now Manchester last night. So often, one of them ran away from me. And this one, he asked him that he didn't sleep. Even tonight, he won't sleep. You know how joy you will not sleep when you have met me. Sleep up on that. He can change it. You will not sleep until he changes. Go back and I have a job. Everywhere. So when I praise Mazi Mekano say of Radio Biafra, exceptionally, who took this more and more and more. And Mazi, we love you, we thank you, we keep you. Mazi wanted Biafra. Then I get on one walk, no bin, when we get this Biafra, we'll get it. I am Chashana Itios Nilanya. Okay, I'll give me half of Naya. It will happen. I want to thank especially all the panelists tonight. Formidable, able in Southeast region. Mazi Afumu KJ, wonderful, dependable, able zonal coordinator meeting gains and who was seriously nationally and so many things. Mazi Chief Ibume Ichiezokubondo. One man riot sport, that guy John men very soon. Able and capable men, right? And of course, Mazi KG Udensi Karakan giving us live report from Nottingham. Chief Loduke Ibukwe, our routine national, zonal coordinator, who hosted the last AGM meeting, and also the head of our UK national community engagement and mobilization team, do a wonderful job. We have been maligned, blackmailed, and lied against by idiots in the family in IPOB UK. But, they were out on the channel. We must continue. And thank you all for coming tonight. The UK time now will continue. Don't forget that very soon it will be our anniversary, where the crew behind the scene, our news bees, our production crew, Mazi, Chuku she became in short, CJ, wonderful Esbomachinegi, and others who have been behind this program, behind the scene. That day will be our special day, and of course, we've also lined up our Lolo to return because she opened this program. If you don't forget, on the 15th of September, the very first edition of this program, in fact, people thought it was a one-off program for Lolo. You get time at Radio Biafra. On the anniversary, or 1 year after, Lolo will return to this program. As she is resting after recovering from health challenges, we thank Chukwu for her life, for her health, and those of Onyendu, Nnamdi, Nemeka, and all the family, direct family of our leader, Mazi Kanu. And of course, I thank all my UK family. Please, principal officers, leaders, come to tomorrow's meeting, very crucial. We are doing transformation. It's either you're in or you're out. If you have one leg in, one leg out, the one in, we got it. Just before out of our common. So declare today, God is now. I give up go and Lord Jupiter will change it. So with our HOD, you understand where we are going. Speaking to for over 3 months, you understand where we are going. No sentiments, no favoritism. I will remove any bagger that is not in line with our spirit. That is what we do. Open up life. Nothing will happen. I will progress and move further and achieve greater things. There are better people who will come up with the same nonsense, or rather correct this nonsense you are trying to do. Shit. I'm trying to put it to your mind. I got to put this right because we need to put everything right so that when people come out and see, I want it better than white, better than see. See, get raw better than white, better than see. Because we also want to hear to be the vibes. In Japan, we are. So one more very before will not happen again. This will not be 2017 or 2018. It will not be like Nnamdi Kanu has never been in solitary confinement, illegal incarceration, or lawful detention, whatever they can call it, longer than 4 years. When Bogra was on holiday, they were not where they were trying to get there. I get pretty book here one day. But this time around, he has suffered, and he will not be in vain. Then Biafra will come. So everybody must sit up. Mowa, Ewa, Onyu, Oyenta, Nnamdi Kanu, Chike, Nozem, Mazabani. Everybody must sit up. And from me, from here, good night. Many resonance. They want to reach it. Mazi, and they was actually thank you for your patience, and that is it for today.
Recording stopped. You know, police the shots. What are we talking about? So many of my colleagues, they have gone. I know what. I have been on exile for 5 years. I know what I have gone through. And the man, born of a human, is thinking that he loves Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than Biafrans. When you think that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than all the Biafrans, the leadership of IPOB, you are the enemy. You are the real enemy. You are the real enemy. Bikonu, osisi, as table on a instruction, command. Table on a if we are relaxing, waiting for Onyendu to come out or to ascend in because everything is coming out clear. Everything is crystal clear now. Or just ascending in age when I say, and ya relax is ya when a chair. These same people who are coming up to this radio Biafra tonight to ask these silly questions after Kafajejolo, these were the same people who fought so hard to disassociate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB and her leadership. These were the people who said that they have destroyed the IPOB leadership, that no, nobody should listen to them. Now they are the people turning back to say that the leadership has left Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One day we will still hear it on this radio, that on social media, that it is the leadership that made the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to choose Aloye Jimako and disassociate himself from San Ozokome and the Ejofo. We will still see it on social media. The people who aided Ekperima, these same people, I knew what they said about ESN, but I was a witness. Why? Because I was a part to everything that happened in this struggle. I didn't see from social media. No. All the meetings held, what each and everyone said, I can give accounts. I didn't see from social media. And the concerned people listening, they know. Somebody is telling me that the money that I have been contributing in IPOB, even till date, last Sunday I got a meeting, that I will not know about it. Look at the insecurity in our Libo today. And somebody is asking, onye do say Adam Bona to finance. Onyo osinimi etinye. It's not that they don't know, but just that they have chosen to feign ignorance. And where onye na-afụcha ọnụ nnụnụ jụba kedu ebe o si eli nri. Biko a na-agba aka alịga ọjị, a na-agba aka afụ nwata eze n'ọnụ. Our students, that they said whatever they like. I knew how this leadership went miles to make sure that our students were sustained, and they are still sustaining them. And somebody is telling you that people who are leading a movement that is not just a group, because when you say that IPOB is a group, you are undermining this movement. IPOB is a great movement and the largest movement for that. Where was the only raise ego raise? They cannot stop this struggle. If for this struggle that has been at my back, it has been at the back of my heart, that one day I will fight for the freedom of my people since I was a child. And for all these years that we have sacrificed, people no closer to me know what I personally have lost in this struggle, including human beings. Somebody, I got soil like after soiling your hand. I thank God for these men of integrity. I thank God for these men of humility. They have the humanity. I never forgot the day Martina Samori said that I come with clean hands. And those who are closer to these men know that indeed these men came with clean hands. It is only a madman that after completing a house, we only set it on fire. In our kilikili, because that's the final stage, Hannah, now. Because they have done everything. Ekperima cannot destroy IPOB, autopilot cannot destroy IPOB. I mean, all they have done. Now, if I have a book, for 4 years to the 5th year, this is the 5th year. Can one can on Afia Nambo? A sị na ọ na-abụ nwaanyị nụsị nwoke nụsị ọgụ nwaanyị enwela akụkọ, but today ọzi nwoke ji nwaanyị nọdolo okwu wee nọrọ n'ama wee na-agba akwụ na-agba egwusi, ignoring all the insecurity happening in Biafra land, not minding children. Because Mr. and Mrs. Ifede, Omofa, is somebody not thinking about the children of these women? One day, I'm a phone na get through. None of with hope safe. You never think of men that you knew, whom their blood have dropped. You wait till Ipob Gabo myself. You are just, you're a mere joke. You've not started. You have not started.
Mother, please round
I
up.
want to
I know
advise
you.
his
Please
leadership.
round up.
It is high time we ignore all these miscreants, unscrupulous elements who want us to abagidashari. I distract. We refuse to be distracted. We are standing strong. We are standing stronger. Mazi Chika Edozim, if you are listening and hearing my voice, I plead with you. Do not resign. If you resign, you have rejected us. Mazi China Sanwuru, Obiga Danamba, Moga Danamba, Akwifuleze Nchifotu, I my Jikwaya, Natani. Biafra, it must come no matter what it will take us. If people of Catalonia can still be there doing it, unless if I die, my children will continue. But another Biafra, it must come. Mazi Jonathan,
Dodrege, very inspirational. Caller on. I have 2 callers that have been waiting. Please, I want you people to just make it as brief to 2 minutes. We are going to 7 hours, please. Oh, caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me, please? Go on. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Don't waste time. Caller on WhatsApp.
Mazi Chinedu, thank you. Mazi Chinasomori, thank you so much. Because Jido Bigaka Jishie, I know you were choking and fighting back tears because of the ignominy that somebody get in it was on the Biafra, we are not cheap, we're going to name on the man behind it. So, and I believe this presumption that now the relationship between BOS, now the supreme leader, that he's only executioner, is the executive of decision of the BOS. If my understanding is not proper, please, Kowara Biafrans. If it's something you cannot answer here, you guys can consult among yourself and come and tell us. Because these sycophants, how they're just the eye service na sycophants na now traitors. They don't mean well for our leader. You know, they're acting like they love him. They're trying to make him a. He's not a god. When Nnamdi Kanu show you on the AUG, can he disobey? He's not God. He hasn't claimed to. And oh no, God, I have a God in there for Allah. Allah, that's my own God. The Noeba is ideology. We're not trying to build a strong man or an autocrat or an emperor. We're trying to build an institution. And we are all subservient to that ideology, which is Biafra ideology and Biafra freedom. We're not here to serve anybody. We don't have any sacred cows. That is my understanding. Nnamdi Kanu is not a sacred cow that he disobey. And therefore, the association, I would suggest that DOS or should stop listening to any message from Nnamdi Kanu coming to his brothers, because message not being traitors that they are, we cannot trust those messages. And my next one is this. And then, oh, our leader, supreme leader, disobey our leader, you obey our leader, as if to say they care. These are traitors. Has what the siblings done to this struggle, has it not amounted to treachery? In my opinion, it has amounted to treachery, and DOS should tell us if they are traitors as they should be categorized. Unu ga-asọ Nnamdi Kanu anya hapụ ime ha ihe a na-eme traitors. Anyị ga-asọ ha anya. My second question, which I say you don't have to answer, ọ bụ na ọ dị too sensitive, unu zukọ among DOS, unu abịa gwa anyị. Assuming that na here unu enwe opportunity now to get us our freedom, whether or Nnamdi Kanu, because it's difficult for him to be contacted ever. So ọ bụ na anyị nwee opening now and unu dị retake action, unu a ga-echewegodu ka gwa Nnamdi Kanu no as supreme leader. Because so as the Chineke, some people are trying to make him, he has to put his stamp on it before unu emewe unu kwesịrị ime. Unu asọzi n'anya, the whole Biafran school n'azụ. We are not disregarding our leader. He's giving it all. He sacrificed everything. He sacrificed his parents, but unfortunately, he may be sacrificing his siblings too, because his siblings are now traitors. So, as in our two heads is better than one, and DOS is way more than two heads. So that could be instances where DOS is authorized to disobey the supreme leader. Leader Kobo. Obu an autocrat. Obu Chukwu. Obu Chukwu Kabiama. He's not Ani. He's not only and all, and he's only one person in there. And these people trying to make him a Chineke don't even care about him. They don't even care about the struggle. They want all of us destroyed. So because Mazi Chinasa Nwuru, unu anzuku unu, zuonu, biko kunu bia koran, we want to know the relationship between DOS and the supreme leader. Isn't he supposed to be, or not make or just man? Are we under a dictatorship? Say, oh, you disobey our leader, you disobey our leader. So a leader say manyanoko. Chair of you don't have to answer now. Thank you very much. Gichio Bigaki and every one of you who's been blackmailed in this struggle. Before you make any wrong decision, Cheta, those hundreds of people no bibo. Think about them. You're not doing this for them, they can't, you're doing it for them.
Thank you. Caller on, I'm no more taking no call. This is the last caller. Caller on signal, please. Go on. Can you hear me? Call on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Mazi Obasi Ejike, can you hear me, please? Why? You have been waiting for a long time. Caller on signal. Please go on. Can you hear me? Mazi, I'm not hearing you. Let your waiting not be in vain, please. Can you go on? Go on. I don't understand. Caller on signal Mazi Obasi Ejike. For the last time, can you hear me? No, it's a pity. Let me just pick this call. Caller on WhatsApp. What is here? Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You have 2 minutes, please, to make your point. 2 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. There, woman, also you have 2 minutes.
Maazị John Cruz dị ukwu. Anọ m esi m Canada na-akpọ.
There,
Ihe m ji use aha maka ndị mma m na anọ m na PDP family Canada, anọ m na Edmonton. Anọchi m since na-ege idele Maazị Chinasa Nwugwu. First of all, achọrọ m egeza one came book the first person because I got up na Facebook na shot some ndị beribe ha na comment si na Maazị Chinasa Nwugwu na ndị ara achọrọ m ịkpọ onye ọbụla ha na this because here we're sacred platform. Barrister Loyi Ejimako is an evil man. So na-ajụ na-asị gbasara na onwe ihe okwu maka Aloyi Ejimaka. Aloyi Ejimako is not working for IPOB. And nítorí ka Biafrans niile n'ebe niile ha nọ mara kwuna na ndị niile gbara Maazị Nnamdi Kanu gburugburu, they are evil people and they have been feeding him with the wrong information. Like only issue bidron because I've been trying to tell only that doubt him Maazị Nnamdi Kanu because always some narrative footer few days ago. The man whatever Maazị Nnamdi Kanu says. But Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, I know him. He's a man of wisdom. He can't just come in. Unless maybe which area. Yeah, but the first thing again, he be to scatter the whole thing. Only him to the leadership. Chineke goes the leadership. Achom can the leadership. Maazị Chinasa Nwugwu na amamina ineke him neko. Oh no, with the backbone of this movement. And that is why all of us that are hardcore, Asian Biafran and Bia Canada, Mazan Azaiba Monyanwo, Midi Kure, yes to me a program, Aprom Nakole. Asian Biafran and Biafran have lost a lot of people. Right now, working here. Only our sister, that man now, Mary Mazinam the Kanu Akupa Hone use with the Shua Hoyi. Eburiana Maka, this Biafra struggle. We young, our coordinator nona Umule zone. Oh my ham niku, oh no again to the Biafra. Ogama, oh my one in Kukuana. This we young la January, I one day, Ihala. Umuya, Muana. Any nwoke be Switzerland, we have been taking care. In fact, any nwoke right now, the girl now here through our coordinator na Canada, Edmonton. On we are one now I'm see that girl on anyone we are paying it and we have been taking care of her. And I'm all Biafra and Ajikota. He general to in the account because only a lot of people sacrificing and we are still sacrificing. You know, this leadership, this scatter. I when him Mazi Jonathan in Ikuna radio, he said that we are not going anywhere.
we will continue with this thing. So now, Mazi Chinasa will like the whole leadership. He remain focused. Mazi now kind of that let our eyes be on the ball. And the last broadcast, Mazi now kind of before this thing, I mean, what's in 1 9 again? Who the real freedom fighting? That he's fighting from the front. So him jine kuya tindile game tinhili mneku bikono unu jisike. Onye ahụ kpọrọ CLC from Canada, the first person, the first caller kpọrọ ni onye ahụ onye iberibe ọ maghị ihe. Those things all kwesịrị na-agwa Maazị Chinasa Nworu na he mere disobey. What can you with the disobedience? Amụma ihe m chọrọ ka Biafrans niile mara ebe a Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nọ ndị niile gbara gburugburu ya wụ ndị DSS they want to get information from from IPOB. So all the whole info the no plan to move this Biafran struggle forward. I know that the leadership will not be giving it to Maazị Nnamdi Kanu until he's come because he's in the enemy's camp. Only they can buy do brand election. Maybe the enemy is somebody. Maybe they actually get a school here. Only so many things happen just to compare. Can we get so when bag wow, the one actually the school came with the app or say how I said lay down your arms. Maybe yeah, chocolate his arms. Whatever. Just to rescue the person. Imagine the canon on the enemy's camp. I know that the leadership are fighting to them to see how they can rescue him from the enemy's camp. Him jina agunu ya bikun una dalamba udo jisike chineke gabuno me. Every day I know ba my name we will continue. This new narrative ever trubana abola I told me how much na this radio because nobody is fighting the position of Amazon, but they are started writing now. I say now what now? The kind of put a when you believe see no na because the leadership is the backbone of this movement. Whatever that happens to this leadership, we are going to square one. And that's not what the leadership become. You people should know relent. The time of union, huh? Now, I joined IPOB since 2012. Coming on the kind of join here. And since that time, I've been remaining faithful and I've been fighting wars both in Biafra land before my Biafra land now and my social media. We have been there defending this struggle with our life. In my office, everyone before my the boy know with me. Now this struggle. I got my hand down in the massive. We are not going nowhere. I don't want to say things lose based on this thing, but let us go because nothing came on or how the ultimate prize. Because Mazi and Mazi Jisi Nike tako ham no Jisi Nika Chukuna
Whoa.
Chuku Kikabama Ganuna Bunime Anana Mazi and Kanagapata. Mazi, okay, allow it Marco Perabi on Sinhan, Ejo Mazi, but the stage of Ogada. Now, Bambu, there's no court case made involved. The IPOB members, but the stage of when they send them out, he will always go there himself. I have never seen anything. Somebody there and the relationship allow it Marco with only look at what is the whole people, the whole division calling with the can do IPOB Ontario Community Limited Corporation. I won't allow it, Marco. In fact, can I help you? Una sunu jisike. Una dalambaka chuko kiraba makosu. You see?
And this is where I will switch off the phones. Mazi Nasa, before you come in, let me just say something before you come in. To make your pattern short. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Let me reiterate. When you say or somebody come and say no, instead let us leave everything. I totally disagree. We go nowhere. We go. Yeah, this is not something of annoyance. I wetakuiwe. I gwikweneme. Because this is something. This is something that all of us have stake. And let me tell you something. I've been saying it on my programs. The rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not something very, very simple. It was calculated, planned. Nigerian government has been spending a lot of money, billions of dollars, to destroy IPOB. And they got, all of a sudden, they kidnapped our leader. It's in their hand. And people think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will just be good, discharged like that, out of the way what their sentiments tell them is they now construct it as reality. Come on. Sometimes don't send the boy Maziko himself. What they have been spending a lot, billions, giving contracts. Now the leader of this formidable group is in their hand. And you think that it will be easy like that? Okay, we will leave you like that. They didn't kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya because they know that if they kill him, the formidability of IPOB, the consequences will be so dire. And IPOB, it will mobilize IPOB more and more. So now they held him in order to their target. The target of Nigeria is IPOB, to destroy IPOB. Say, our people should understand that. When people use just sentiment or to deceive people, oh, he's coming out on the 18th, he's coming out on. All of us want him to come out now. But I put it on my timeline, Facebook timeline, that look, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he did nothing wrong. It's a political problem. It is our continuous agitation and formidability that will release him. It's not what they are doing in the court. No, that thing is nothing. And what are y'all? It's just mere formality. Say, let them say that, oh, it's a country, is going on court, this and that. Either they keep him, why do they keep him not in prison? Where he will have access, not beyond that control like that. Do you know what is DSS? Equivalent of FBI. Where the shirt he put on body, he hears. He speaks. I mean, he hears, he sees. Everywhere is bugged. It's a reason for that. That's why we prick the mindset of our people to understand. The DSS wants to understand how IPOB is run so that they will compromise and destroy it. That is the only thing. And maybe after now, they will say, okay, you can go. After destroying, causing confusion and destroying IPOB. But our people don't understand. Some of our people. That is where it pains me. So I will stop here. I will continue making program as usual. Mazi Nasa, please go on and towards your closing remark. There.
Ndewo Mazi Chinedu. Ndewo, thank you. This has been one of our longest program ever on Radio Biafra. Before we started this program, we were talking about in 2 hours, 2 hours, 30 minutes, we will round up issues, start coming up. Mazi, based on what you have just summarized now, as we come to the conclusion of this program, you know, what people don't understand that even if the DSS make availability, tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu he send message. Why the DSS kept Mazi Nnamdi Kanu where they kept him is because they need to monitor his communications. They need to monitor the messages he sent. And the more he's sending messages, those who are going for those messages are being compromised. And that is how it is. That is how his younger brother, Fine Boy, was compromised. That is how Aloy Jimako was compromised. I am saying it and I'm saying it, but nobody can convince me because there are certain things I know. There are certain things I have seen that happen. And I don't want to go on that side. We are IPO. We have sympathizers. Any move they make that is not in favor of this struggle, we are being ticked off. Because there are people who want this Biafran struggle. Who want this Biafran? The people want this Biafra struggle. Our people want freedom. Some of them are just scared to come out and talk openly because of their businesses, because of certain things. They are so scared. Not everybody will speak. There are people that will speak. What is keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu till date is the Southeast politicians and the Fulani hegemony. These two group of people, there is a collaboration between them. The Southeast politicians do not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. Then the Fulani hegemony, they don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. And because of this, they're putting up every tactics in their disposal, trying to destroy IPOB. And I say it, they say this fine boy is compromised with the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, with the NIA and the DSS. They know him. He is working for them. If he like, he can deny until all those things are proven otherwise. And all the purpose is to make sure if IPOB will be destroyed. He already saw his hand in what is happening. He already saw his hand, and they use it against him. Biafrans, there is a very important topic we're supposed to treat today, but there is no time. We can't treat it. It's because of our land, our youth, our women, our girls. We should all remember that every man's pride is how the women behave, how our little girls behave. It is the job of IPOB that we have to go back to create awareness and speak to our people, speak to our youth about dignity. The rate our young girls are being trafficked for prostitution beyond our borders is unimaginable. We have come to a point that when our girls are trafficked to African countries or other places, after paying off a huge sum of money, like in 2 years, pay 10 million, they will now throw a party. Because all the distance. Now our young girls, so they 14, 15 years, and I 20 years, 20 million, 10 million. Our small girls, they throw a party. This is mind blowing. And in the process, they may invite some Igbo elders, non-Ogoda, Igbo young men, Senadia, and a Megane, as an Osa of Chaleba Apuna. Young girls, we're talking about 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is not good. Of course, everything they will say hardship. I ask again, prostitution is also an old business. It's as old as human. But what we are saying is this. Our young girls of this age, it is time we work, all of us, to reduce. This is one of the things that destroy the Edo people. Until their people, cultism and the prostitution destroy the Edo people globally. Everywhere. It becomes a trademark with them. Until their traditional rulers have looked into this thing and they do certain things, even in cultism, all these things now has been transferred to our own people. We're going to set up a new program where we are going to start to tackle these issues. It is a menace in our society. Because when a girl of that particular age goes into this, we watch them, some of them coming to give testimony in Igbo land, in our land. Nobody expects you. No, I don't think there is anybody expects his sister to go and make money and bring for her. I don't think it is even normal. Nobody expects your younger sister, your senior sister. What everybody thinks is your sister to get married, or if he managed to support the family, fine and good. But I don't think there is a family that is saying you at 14 years from secondary school, you have to go, you need to come and build a house in your father's compound. These things does not happen. And something is very going wrong in our society. IPOB is taking, if you don't know, we are the almighty IPOB. Millions of people are hoping on us. Millions of people are looking up to IPOB as we are pushing the agenda for development, return your business to Igbo land, to Biafra land, agriculture, bringing all our people from everywhere together. We need to look into this. And we are going to start a program where we don't mind even those people who are bringing them. We are everywhere. We can spot all of those people who are taking our girls across the borders. This is a very big problem. If you can see, you see the number of HIVs being recorded in all our states. Could it be that our people, it has been designed to destroy our people? In River State, River State is a city of 2 million people, 6 million approximately, but almost 200 and something thousand people are HIV positive. This is alarming. Imo State, the population of Imo State is also not more than 5 million or 6 million. And there was a report. I am not the one giving the report. This report are coming from the Nigerian government. The statistics, over 70-something thousand people, girls, are living with HIV. Anambra, the same thing. Abia, the same thing. The lowest in the southeast is Ebonyi State. And I think Enugu. Then Akwa Ibom, it is on a very high rate. Akwa Ibom is also in 200 and something thousand. Benue State is the highest, and they are our border towns. This is an emergency. I mean, it deserves to be called beyond a state of emergency. Hotels are being built everywhere. People are being taught that instead to go and learn work, it is better to do hookup, prostitution, small girls. Okay, if you have grown up and you finish, you decided it is better. It is young girls of 14, 15, 16 years. We're going to come on air and we're going to sensitize our people on this particular issue. Again, let me reiterate on this platform, on Radio Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of this movement. His position as the leader of this movement is not contested by anybody, and that is the last thing we can even allow it to happen. Everybody, the way, if I say something, I have said it. He is the leader of this movement. All of us are working to bring glory to this movement. If we fail, he fell. We cannot be running a movement that every now and then, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gets problem, the next agenda of the enemies is to be destroy all we have done, and they're hoping that when he comes out, we start afresh and rebuild. It doesn't work this way. Besides, most times that IPOB fought most of their brutal wars, confrontations is always when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is inside in the head. He don't even witness it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2015, when he was arrested, kidnapped from Lagos, people fought, protest everywhere, fighting for his release. People died, many people missed till date. We fought and we stood behind him. irrespective of anything. Because now what it's not everything we must come on air to talk about. But you see how the enemies they work. Because I am coming on air, they position them. The same person that asked you, the first person that called for the question, he is the owner. He's the one that controls that IPOB association, community association. He is the one that controls that Facebook. He is the one Aloye Jimako. Yes. Chiweze Akubeze or what? He is the one that controls that IPOB account. And we are here with open mind to answer anybody. We have nothing. IPOB is not a secret cult. We don't hide anything. We keep things for tomorrow. So that if we are not there, somebody can tell the story. Because history is passed through orally or through written. Some people will put down whatever I have said today. If you ask them in the next 50 years, they will narrate it exactly what I have said here. And this record will remain. Therefore, I call every Biafra. Like all of you have said, none of us is backing down. Mazi Chikedoziem is not resigning. Anybody resign at this particular time is betrayal to millions of Biafrans. We must all continue as, like I said earlier, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu need our prayers. And I can tell you people, IPOB is the one that will set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free. Not all these things these people are doing. It is IPOB. Go and mark it somewhere. Only IPOB, our continuous agitation, will lead to the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, unless there is any shortcut, which I don't think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will accept. Because one thing I know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not betray the Biafran struggle. That is why whatever the leadership is doing, we do consider his present situation, where he is. And we do wish that certain things they need to ask. Questions need to be asked. What people have to know, Aloye Jimako, who feeds Mazi Nnamdi Kanu information, does not communicate with IPOB members. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not associate with IPOB members. The only people they communicate with is those people that were expelled from IPOB. They gathered all of them. And these are the people telling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the day-to-day activities of IPOB. Since rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I have not spoken to Nnayane. So how can we communicate? Apart from once, I think, in the DOS meeting. I spoke to Carlota in 2021. How do they know what IPOB is doing? Because they have made up their mind, as they have telling the whole people. They already pictured who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will kill, who he will destroy, who he will strip naked this as soon as he comes out. That is only what they want. That is all. They forgot that people have died. And even people that I thought they are made turn around. Anyhow, I am not surprised also because at the beginning of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rendition, they display the same attitude. And repeating it again shows the kind of caliber of men they are. But we are here. We are here to make sure Biafra is being restored. We are here to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu regains his freedom. And I'm telling you people, we must be very, very active. Election is coming. And they have already started killing themselves. That's to show you what is happening. And that was the same thing that happened in 2001. When the rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the killing started. They imported killers into the state. Today, Election is coming again in Anambra. They have started the assassination again. Is that telling you people something? Are we going to learn from what happened in 2001? The same from the same time the election was coming, 3 to 4 months to the election, that they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's the same time the killing started in Anambra. It have started again. They kill themselves. They tag it on IPO. Soludo have went to America and Maryland to tell them the kidnapping and all these things to justify the people they are going to assassinate during this political period. So that anything that is happening, he will tell you, we told you it is our people. It is his men. It is his group of people they have gathered together. And all these things is to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains. And some people that are not seeing it, what they will do, as me and you, is telling Soludo that what he did is wrong. And I bet you, as all of you are attacking Soludo, telling him that what he done, so that he can make his correction, somebody, somewhere, is talking to Soludo to overlook what these people are talking. That it is all about money. And then we collect money and come outside and be shouting rubbish. Somebody somewhere, they're already making their moves. Forget about what these people are talking. They will collect money. They make me and you look stupid. They make me and you look like, mugus. That has been the game. That is why you think we are going somewhere, we are going nowhere. Because people are no more taking you serious. They know that after backing on the social media, after expressing yourself, your anger, it's just a matter of calling 1 or 2 persons and they will strike a deal and tell them continue. That's what they will tell us. And that's what some of them have told us. Biafrans. I choro Biafra kanye choro, just every day we are making noise on social media. Is that what we want? What do we really want? What do we really want? We all came to restore Biafra. But a few people are taking it as entitlement. It is a source of income. It is a source of things. And let me make it very, very clear. Aloye Jimako, Aloye Jimako no this Biafra struggle nanjo. Everybody should know that. Aloye Jimako. Sometimes you people see him, he don't write too much, he will use another name and be writing. But one thing, when we see his write-off, we know. It's a contractor writing things. People, when he collects money from people, he asks them, I will write for you. That's why you see some press release, he will write for the Avid, write for advocacy in this thing. When he gather all of them together, he put press release for them to publish for them. Everybody understands the game of the enemy. If we want to restore Biafra, our demands must be, our words must be our wish. Our words must be our command. Whatever we say, this is what we want. We all agree unanimously. Even if there is anything to discuss, we will bring it to Biafran people. Because we have told you people a lot. If there is something we want to negotiate, we must come back to you people, explain it to you people, but not on the radio. That is why it's good you'll be in the IPOB family member. We will go there to communicate you. This is how we want to move. Now this is going to help us. That is how things are being done. Especially when you are dealing with the public. Igaga just billion owner, somebody whom have something feel in his pocket, he come and no, say like this. Forget about these people, forget about them. Onyebohan, Onyebohan. That is how Otokoto underrated Ikechukwu. The boy, when Otokoto was running in Imo State, until that small boy took his head. The inability not to consider the public, the outrage, inability not to put in consideration men who have put everything. See how everybody is talking this evening on Radio Biafra. They are sacrificed what they have given up. This is just few people. We are not talking about our people being killed. And why are we reacting? Why are we talking this thing? Because if you allow people to carry out these wrong narratives, people will lose their life. Remember, people will lose their life. Remember, there are things, if you don't correct them, it's just a matter of time. People start to believe it, that it is true. Because now, but I have told them on many occasions, there are stages in everything in life, in the struggle, in everything. This is not the time for black men. This is not the time to lie against somebody because of your stomach. This is not the time to lie against this movement. Remember the dead. Remember those in prison. Remember there are thousands of our people missing. Most of you don't know. There are people, they go to Abuja, we don't see them again. There are people that have missed, even in your city. To you, you think he traveled or he relocated to another state. But you don't know they have kidnapped him. Because on many occasions you ask people about somebody, he told you, I have not seen him for a very long time. I don't know, maybe he left the city. He left, maybe, I don't know, he returned to the village. If he returned to the village, you don't have telephone number. They tell you nobody hears from them. You don't know whether he's alive. You don't know whether he has been kidnapped, because that is what the Nigerian government has been doing. That is what the Nigerian government has been doing. And I will stop here. Aseko 4G4, Ofalafo. Biafrans, once again, my name is Mazi Chinasanworu. Mazi Chinasanworu served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. Kachifo no Muchineke.
The woman say thank you very much. And today, as I said, is the mother of all broadcasts, honestly, because sometimes it is good to allow people like this in order to bring up issues. That is it. So that explanations could be made for people listening to understand more in-depth analysis. I've said it, the highest, can I call it mistake? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made is to bring Biafrans from all over the world, everywhere together, as one family. Hey, both good, bad, evil, Ndoshi, Ndama, intellectuals, PhD holders, all professions. Ndojoma, Ndoma. And we think, some of us think that we'll be manipulated like what must up. It's a miscalculation. But if we fail this time, which will never happen, one other Jovita say, come on, omegide this thing here, continue. That is the spirit. And that is why Biafra must come. Because Biafra remains our religion and Biafra is our ideology. We must continue until Biafra is restored. No going back because there is no back to go. No throwing down our thing because of anger, using anger to for here. I got born on my totogara here instead of itufia. That has been my mantra. Thank you for listening. And from me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here together with Mazi Chinasamoru, it is simply good evening.
Same Chris, I'm calling from Italy, as you said. So this explanation goes to those who does not belong to IPOB. Anybody that's an IPOB member know how our money moves. That you don't even the money we contribute in Italy here, you don't even know where it goes. Because I am the person paying the money to the account of an Italian account here. I know how telematic account works in this European country. You cannot just fly from where you are and come and pick money here. Somebody here must give it to you for one reason or else he demanded it and for a job. So if anybody remit money to you, he must document that as I remit money to our central account here, I document every papers for clarity. Tomorrow you ask me, did you pay this money? I said, this is the receipt. I paid the money. So all these things, you go too far to respond to that guy. And that guy being so foolish he ought to understand that leadership is leadership, not one person. We're not talking about Biafra. I'm not here because of our leader wake every one of us up to come for inside this struggle. It does not mean tomorrow he cannot make mistake. I told one of my member, he called me and said, what do you say on the 18th? Our leader is going to be released. I told him that if our leader is released on the 18th, obviously he has compromised. He said, eh? I said, yes. He said, why do I say so? That our leader will not compromise. And then if he will not compromise, definitely he will not be released on the 18th. He said, why do I say so? I said, because Nigerian government have not gotten what they want. He said, why do I say so? I said, what they want is to destroy IPOB, and they are unable to destroy IPOB. Or obviously, they will not release him. That's my answer to him. And what happened yesterday? Or today? Exactly. They don't release him because they have not gotten what they want. So this is the answer. Any person with his sense will understand what is going on in IPOB. So please, people like this, don't waste much time to respond to them because they're not contributing anything. They were sent. And those in IPOB knows. I will ask my question based on what you said this evening. I hope you listen to me, Mazi, answer. So it's over 3 to 4 years now. Our people from Olo ISIS have been subjected to the hands of the evil people around, killing them. Not everybody in that ISIS are saboteur or
criminals.
Or whatever.
Yes.
But we have left them to be in those good ones. Those are financial people, both home and abroad. There is an IPOB member from that ISIS in abroad here. They don't participate what is going on. They don't even know what is going on. But some of them, their family have run away from their houses. So we have left them. How long shall we let all this thing to continue? Can't the IPOB do something for that? That's number one question. The second one is that you said that we should do anything, that IPOB should do everything so that we move this struggle. My duty as an IPOB member here, if you send me to go to Sokoto, to go to Meduguri, if I can be able to, I will accept to go, I will go. The message. Then, apart from sending me going somewhere as the leader, my duty, my responsibility is to go to meeting, go to rally, and contribute for the IPOB, the one I can be able to as much as I can. Do you have any other thing that we can do to get this struggle, get everything right, to get Biafra that you have not tell us? Because you said that we find something to do. I don't know. We are looking upon the leadership. The leadership are in directive of this struggle. Whatever you tell us to do is what we are going to do. And we believe in this leadership. And the leadership is not made of Nnamdi Kanu. It's made of even me, apart wherever I am, even the national community in Italy, is part of the leadership. This is the cycle of the leadership. Then when they call leadership, it's not only the HOD, this is leadership. And because our people are somehow being trained or grew up, they don't understand administrative work, how it works, leadership by leadership, and how they honor those in power or those they put in place to lead them. If you put me as a member of a head of organization, you respect me even if I'm smaller than you. When I give order and the order is guaranteed by the fellow leadership, you will accept it, whether it favors you or it doesn't favor you. So, Mazi Nasa, how long do we wait for our people to be saved in the hand of these criminals in our law and other places? Remember, I've been telling you all this all the time I call. Thank you and God bless you. That's my question.
There war. Mazi, I hope you have him, right?